talk to the Lord first to start this meeting up right. It's another great privilege to come and serve our country and our state. And I want to ask Commissioner Scametta to lead us in our opening prayer.
Please join me in pray the way our Lord taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil one.
Amen. I'm going to call on Commissioner Lewis to lead us in the pledge, please.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, y'all can have a seat, and I'm going to call on Commissioner Lewis for the first announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item that I would like to do an announcement is take up an unagenda item resolution that I have submitted to the staff. And I would ask the staff to read the resolution into the record for me, please.
Since it's not on the agenda, I just want to confirm that there's no objections.
No objection.
Perfect. This is Resolution 01-2024. It's a resolution to express the gratitude to Irma Muse Dixon for her services to the Louisiana Public Service Commission. It's to express the gratitude of the Commission to former Louisiana Commissioner Irma Muse Dixon for her lifetime of service to the Public Service Commission in the state of Louisiana. Whereas the members of the Louisiana Public Service Commission commend the service and ongoing legacy of Commissioner Irma Muse Dixon. Whereas Commissioner Dixon obtained her BA from Southern University, her Master's of Social Work from Tulane University, and then went on to be given a fellowship at Harvard University School of Government. And whereas Commissioner Dixon, prior to her service with the Louisiana Public Service Commission, was a social worker and later served in the Louisiana House of Representatives. And whereas Commissioner Dixon in 1992 became the first Black person and Black woman elected to the Public Service Commission and served until 2004. And whereas during Commissioner Dixon's term with the Commission, she was deeply, actively involved in the promise of broadband ubiquity. She was an original member of the 706 Joint Conference, NAROC Telecommunications Committee, chairing the Federal Legislative Subgroup, and chairing the work group that compiled the history of the committee's resolutions. And whereas Commissioner Dixon, following her tenure as the Public Service Commissioner, continues to serve her community as a staunch advocate. She has worked with the Total Community Action Agency, its Central City Health Clinic, the Urban League, and the Boys and Girls Club of New Orleans, to name a few. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Louisiana Public Service Commission does hereby express its deepest gratitude to Commissioner Dixon for her service to the Louisiana Public Service Commission and the people of the state of Louisiana. Be it further resolved that a suitable copy of this resolution will be transmitted to Commissioner Dixon.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I introduced this resolution. As we know, February is Black History Month, and I think it's important to always recognize and commend those who laid the foundation and groundwork for the work that I am doing. I'm reminded of my great-grandmother, who always told me to give people their flowers while they're alive, because she said, if you give me my flowers when I'm dead, I can't smell it near my casket or on my casket. And so I think it's important to give the flowers to Commissioner Emeritus Irma Muse Dixon, a pioneer not only in Louisiana politics, but in the utility space. I think I would not be here in this seat without the legacy of Irma Muse Dixon and her historic run in 1992 and the 2 terms that she served here on this commission. And so today, I not only in Black History Month wanted to celebrate a pillar in our community, but someone who has served our state for over 40 years in commitment, service, dedication to the city of New Orleans, to the people of Louisiana, and to the United States of America. And so I would ask all of my colleagues to join me in passing of this resolution today to honor former Commissioner Irma Muse Dixon.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Recognize Commissioner Campbell.
I want to say something about Irma Dixon. I knew her well in the legislature, and she got elected to the Public Service Commissioner. She was always a friend, always calling and worrying about somebody that didn't have as much as we have. And I'm speaking for myself and the other people up here. She was always interested in helping people. And I'm glad she's here today. She's deserving of every bit of the credit she gets. She's a very kind woman, got along with everybody. And I remember when she was here, she got to be elected chairman. And I was the one that made the motion to elect her chairman, and I'm glad she did a fine job. And I'm glad to have her as a friend, but I'm glad to see that she's carrying on with her work about taking care of the least of these. That's who she's always been for, is the least of these. So it's nice to see somebody who's got a good heart, and we're all, I'm just speaking for me, not you, not Mr. Green, maybe not Mr. Scametta. We're all getting older up here. Mr. Francis and I are getting older, and it's nice to see fresh young people that keep the least of these in mind. Miss Dixon was a champion for the underprivileged, and she always worried about them, and I appreciate that. She was very true and a very kind woman, and I never knew anybody that really didn't like Irma Dixon. She got along with everybody. So Irma, you deserve all the credit, and I'm glad you're here today. And you sent us a good fella here. He's a nice guy, and he'll do good work. He has the same heart you do. He's interested in helping people who need help. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Green.
I want to echo that. Commissioner Dixon, thanks for all you did, and thanks for your kind prayers for my father and my family. I appreciate all you've done in service and continue to do. I also want to say hi to my friend, Mr. Edmund Jordan. He's very familiar to the commission, and he's a state representative from my neck of the woods. If you want to raise your hand as well and say hi to everybody. Thanks for being here. And thanks for the work that you do as well. And I consider you a friend and colleague, so it's good to see you. Thank you.
Mr. Scametta.
Commissioner Dixon. Did not have the pleasure to serve with you on the commission, but unfortunately, Commissioner Campbell doesn't understand that we're both New Orleanians, and we've known each other a long time and had the pleasure to work with each other in my office in Metairie when we had to work out issues to help you out with problems. So, and again, it's always a great pleasure to see you, and it's a great pleasure to honor you today for your years of service, and always glad to see you and look forward to seeing you again whenever you need us. Thank you for being here.
And Ms. Irma, congratulations again from the chairmanship. Commissioner Campbell and I are the two oldie goldies up here. I always remind him, who's a senior, I'm 6 weeks older than Campbell, okay? And I also pick at him, each one of our districts, I also have the largest district. I'm 79 square miles larger than his district, so I'm always reminded. But anyhow, God willing, one day I'll be sitting out in that crowd if God allows me to, and to be appreciated like you. We really appreciate you and what you've done, and thank you for coming today. It's hopefully we please you with the work we do for the people here today.
Oh, get you for some comments.
Yeah, okay. And Irma, I'll put you on the spot. Would you want to come up here and say a few words? So,
And also, you have a presentation, you need some photographs too.
yes, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. I do want to thank the commission for taking time out of your busy schedule just to honor me. It was a lot of work, it was a lot of hard work, but we brought Louisiana through, and I appreciate the work that you're doing today, and I appreciate the support that I got when I was here. And I noticed Jay Blossman is in the audience. He was one of the people that I worked with, and Edmund Jordan. And I'm so glad to see that Edmund is at the legislature. But thank you so much for this privilege, this honor. I never expected it, but thank you. I really appreciate it. And it was fun for us to working for the people of Louisiana and trying to level some playing fields and getting them everything that they needed. It was a lot of work, but it was fun. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Edmund Jordan.
Evan, just hit the button.
Good, I'm there, turning from green, red to green. Look, I'll be very brief, but I want to say this, because I think the resolution was great and all-encompassing. But I want to say it while she's here, to give her flowers. I will tell you that Vanessa LaFleur, who is also a state rep, who is a former staff attorney here, we both want to say that we would not be in the positions that we're in as state representatives if not for Irma Muse Dixon. This lady brought us in, and not only did she bring us into the commission and expose us to this world, but she mentored us. She didn't bring us in and then just throw us out in the water and said swim. She really mentored us, she guided us, and really gave us the bug to get into public service in an elective capacity. And so if it were not for her, I can say with confidence that I would not be in the position that I'm in today. So I want to just thank her while she's here and let everyone know that publicly. Thank you again.
I thank God and I thank you.
All right.
Don't go away. Commissioner Lewis wants to make a presentation.
Okay.
Beautiful flowers.
Catherine, do you have a printed resolution that we can sign?
We don't have the signed one yet, but we'll print it out on the nice paper and
Okay.
and have it ready.
So when we do yours, we'll get like barbecue or something. Okay. Pass on the flowers for you.
Okay, we have,
While Commissioner Dixon's sitting down, I just want to say, Commissioner Campbell's always saying not to use acronyms, and acronyms come from the telecom world. It's nice to have someone else in the audience who understands those acronyms, because we fought those battles together, and we had a lot of fun.
amen, okay. Do we have some other announcements, Catherine?
Yes, sir. If there's no others from the commissioners, one housekeeping is exhibit, I'm sorry, Commissioner, do you?
I want to say something right there, Ken.
Go ahead.
Okay. Listen, I sent everybody in here a press release that I put out this week, and I hope you read it, and I meant every word of it. The new governor turned down a lot of money, $70 million, going to children that could have used it for summertime. And some of you might, I don't understand the politics of it, I sort of do, but it's wrong-headed that you take it out on children that want something to eat in the summertime. Not only did I call the governor out, Governor Landry, I called out John Bell Edwards too, because he didn't sign it. He could have got the money. Absolutely no reason he didn't do that. We haven't got so political that we're scared to make decisions because one party doesn't want to do this and one party doesn't want to do that. Louisiana, as you know, is one of the poorest states in America with the poorest children. Test scores are at the bottom a lot. You name it, all the bad characteristics, we're number one. All the good ones, we're at the bottom. So anyway, I hope you got that press release. I hope the governor reads it. I don't think it's too late for him to ask for the money now. But I'm reminded, and Mr. Scametta will remember this, we had another governor. His name was Bobby Jindal.
Yeah, he hated us too.
And Bobby Jindal vetoed $80 million for high-speed internet. We had a high-speed internet grant, and we needed high-speed internet. We still does. This went over 23 rural parishes, some that I represented. He vetoed it. He said here, he sent his people here. And I asked him, would he please talk to Mr. Jindal and ask him to reapply? No, so, no, so. Wouldn't do it. He also turned down a high-speed railroad from New Orleans to Baton Rouge, 300 million. These kind of shenanigans don't work. Whatever you're trying to prove, that doesn't make the difference. So I am disappointed that we didn't take the money to feed the children from Governor Landry and Governor John Bell Edwards. I think they're both wrong. And I'd like to see Governor Landry ask for that money or change his mind, fill out the papers that we need, and let's give it to children that need it in the summertime. There's nothing liberal or too conservative or whatever, wherever you're coming from, other than 15 other governors that wouldn't take it. I've said 100 times up here, there is no wrong way to do the right thing. Feeding children with hungry bellies shouldn't be political. It should be a non-starter, a no-brainer, absolutely. Sign it that fast. So I just wanted to let y'all know that. I sent it to all of y'all. A lot of the papers have taken it. And don't say that I'm jumping on Governor Landry. I don't think he's right. But I don't think John Bell Edwards was right either. Both of them need to rethink this. So that's what I got to say.
Okay, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also wanted to make an announcement about, I know at the last meeting we talked about my Chief of Staff, Charlotte Cravens, and her pregnancy. I do want to announce that following that meeting last month, she gave birth to little Landry Quentin Bell. He was 3 pounds and 5 ounces. He will turn 1 month next week. He and mom are doing very well. He is still currently in the hospital. But he is successfully grown to 5 pounds, and today they will try to bottle feed him for the first time. So on behalf of our office and to Charlotte, we want to thank you for all the prayers and wishes for her through her challenging pregnancy and delivery, and then also just tell her that we are still with her as she and baby Landry continue this journey, and hopefully he will return home very soon. So I wanted to say that. But also, while we are celebrating Black History Month, I wanted to do a special congratulations and extend well wishes to the new official FERC chairman, my friend, Willie Phillips. Willie Phillips is a son of the South, hailing from Fairhope, Alabama, and has a laundry list of qualifications and experience in regulatory law that prepared him for this important challenge. He was a member of the DC Public Service Commission, an active member in NARUC, and the president last week announced that he would officially make Mr. Phillips the first Black person to chair FERC. And so I wanted to honor him in this historic moment and this achievement that he has done, as well as send him best wishes and embarks on his new journey as chairman of FERC, and hopefully look forward to working with him on the items that we have before FERC. And Mr. Chairman, the last thing that I would want to announce is the United States Department of Energy, Housing and Urban Development, and the EPA sent all of the utilities and us at commissioners a letter on January 18th talking about the importance of energy data for multi-property and multi-dwelling homes. This is important to respond to because these agencies have correctly identified that multifamily properties as a consumer group for which energy savings programs are hard to reach. I mean, as we know, in the Inflation Reduction Act, there is $6.6 billion in funding for multifamily properties to improve efficiencies and reduce costs into their homes. This includes HUD's Green Resilient Retrofit Program and the DOE's home energy rebates. And so I'm asking all of the utilities here today if you could work with me to ensure that whole building utility data is available to multifamily owners seeking to improve efficiencies. The EPA, along with the Department of Energy, has tools and resources to help utilities, and I will be following up with each utility to see if you can make this data available to ensure that all Louisianians can access these federal fundings to make their homes more energy secure. So I would point all of the utilities to this January 18th letter from the Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, the Secretary of HUD, Marsha Fudge, and the EPA Minister, Michael Reagan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Ms. Bowman, do you have any other announcements?
Yes, sir. One housekeeping announcement is Exhibit 12 contains an executive session, so I recommend moving that to the last agenda item. And then there's also a couple of congratulations for Commissioner Lewis. He was recently appointed to NARUC several committees, the Committee of Consumers and the Public Interest, Committee on Energy Resources and the Environment, the Select Committee on Regulatory and Industry Diversity. He was also a member of the NARUC Electric Vehicle State Working Group, and he has been appointed to the Board of Directors of the National Utilities Diversity Council. So you are going to be a very busy man, Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Commissioner Lewis. Is there any objection to moving item 12 out to the end? Okay, hearing none, we'll move 12 out. Anything else, Ms. Bowman? Okay, well, let's,
Moving-
hold on, we got,
March, Benny.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, originally, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had talked about the March B&E being moved into one of the river parishes. We are going to push that back to a later date. So I believe we had originally held that date for one of the river parishes, but we are still working with some of those local governments. So I will come back at probably the March meeting with a preferred date, but I think we will be back here in Baton Rouge for the March meeting.
And staff can still mark the calendar for October. We are still looking to have a meeting probably in Lower Plaquemine. And we'll work on arranging that somewhere. We'll look at the dates just to reconfirm those, probably towards the third week, maybe in October. And I'll get with you on looking at some options for locations.
all right, that's a great time to catch some speckled trout down to south of New Orleans. And, and also remind you, Dana will get our fishing poles ready. For April, we're going to Toledo Bend, and looking forward to that. We always have a good time up there. So, okay, Ms. Bowman, let's get started on number 2.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 2.
Exhibit number 2 is docket number T36702. It's the Commission versus Platinum Moving and Delivery on an alleged violation of revised statutes 45-161 through 180.1 by engaging in activities related to moving household goods prior to complying with the requirements of revised statute 45-164E, General Order dated March 16, 2021, and for failure to comply with the requirements of General Order dated April 3, 2008 as amended. This is a discussion and possible vote to reconsider order number T36702, an order of dismissal, and discussion and possible vote pursuant to Rule 57 on an affidavit and stipulation executed by the carrier. So this will need 3 separate votes. As a result of a complaint submitted to transportation staff, a citation was issued to Platinum Moving on March 29th of 2023 based on the aforementioned allegations and violations. And in response to that citation, the owner of the company executed an affidavit and stipulation on behalf admitting to the violations in the citation. In that affidavit and stipulation, the carrier agreed to the imposition of a $1,000 fine and a $25 citation fee, with $500 being suspended, contingent on several compliance factors. Staff inadvertently filed a motion to dismiss this docket with prejudice, which was granted on December 27th of 2023. Upon realizing the error, staff filed a motion for reconsideration and a motion to continue without date, pending the stipulation's consideration and approval by the Commission. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission, 1, exercise its original and primary jurisdiction under Rule 57 to take this matter up, 2, reconsider Order T36702, and 3, accept the affidavit and stipulation executed on December 5th, 2023 for fines and fees totaling $525. So we will need 3 separate votes on this matter.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bowman. And this Exhibit 3 will mirror this same
Yes, sir.
procedure.
Yes,
and,
sir.
Just ask any of the commissioners, do you have any questions or suggestions?
Bring the matter up under Rule 57 to begin it.
Okay. We'll bring it up under Rule 57, offered by Commissioner Scametta. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Green. All right. So now we need to move to order to fix the procedure. Is there a motion?
Move to fix the procedure.
Scametta moves to fix the procedure.
So move to reconsider by Commissioner Scametta.
Yeah, move to reconsider.
Yes, I'm sorry, reconsider. And second by Commissioner Lewis. And now the final, I would move that we accept the affidavit and stipulation executed on December the 5th, 2023 for fines and fees totaling, I'm sorry, wait a minute, I got the number here. $525, okay, sorry. So is there a motion? I present the motion. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Scametta. Is there any objections or suggestions here? Okay, so number 2 is passed, okay?
Exhibit number 3, as the chair mentioned, is a similar docket. It's docket number T37009. It's the Commission versus America's Towing on alleged violation of general order dated February 17th of 22 for exceeding state prescribed rates on 12 counts while operating under common carrier certificate number 8035, allegedly having occurred on or between September 22nd of 23 through October 23rd of 23, and general order dated October 13th of 23 for operating with no proof of insurance on 12 counts while operating under common carrier certificate number 8035, allegedly having occurring on or before September 22nd through October 23rd of 2023 pursuant to revised statutes. And it's a discussion and possible vote to reconsider order number T37009, order of dismissal, and discussion and possible votes pursuant to Rule 57 on the affidavit and stipulation executed by the carrier. In response to staff citation, the owner of the company executed an affidavit and stipulation admitting to the violations and agreed to the imposition of a $2,000 fine and a $25 citation fee, with $1,000 being suspended, contingent on several compliance factors. Staff also inadvertently filed a motion to dismiss in this docket, which was granted on December 27th of 2023, and upon realizing the error, staff filed a motion for reconsideration and motion to continue without date, pending the stipulation's consideration and approval by this commission. So staff recommends that the commission, 1, exercise its original and primary jurisdiction under Rule 57 to take this matter up, 2, reconsider order number T37009, and 3, accept the affidavit and stipulation executed by the carrier on December 1st, 2023 for fines and fees totaling $1,025.
Move to bring the matter up under Rule 57. Second.
Commissioner Scametta asked that we move Exhibit 3 up to under Rule 57, and second by Commissioner Green. Is there any discussion? Okay, moving on. I would move that we could reconsider the order to fix the procedure deficit.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Scametta. Any questions? Any comments? All right, finally, I move that we accept the affidavit and stipulation executed on December the 1st, 2023 for fines and fees totaling $1,025. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scametta. Any discussion? So number 3 is passed.
Exhibit number 4 is docket number I36175. It's Clico Power's 2021 request to initiate integrated resource planning process pursuant to the general order in docket number R30021 dated April 20th of 2012 as a discussion and possible vote on staff's report and recommendation. On October 20th of 2021, Clico Power submitted its request to the commission to initiate the integrated resource planning process with several parties intervening. At the first stakeholder meeting, Clico Power presented their IRP data assumptions, and stakeholders filed written comments on those assumptions. October 26th of 2022, Clico Power published its draft IRP report, which was discussed at the second stakeholder meeting. 4 interveners filed written comments in response to Clico Power's draft IRP report. On February 28th, 2023, staff filed written comments identifying issues that remained in Clico Power's draft IRP report. On May 22nd of 2023, Clico Power filed its final IRP report and associated appendices. And on July 31st, 2023, 5 interveners filed comments in response to the final IRP report, including their disputed issues and recommendations. On September 28th of 2023, Clico Power filed its final report addendum to address questions posed by staff related to Clico Power's final IRP report. On November 30th of 2023, the same 4 interveners filed comments in response to Clico Power's addendum. On January 23rd of 24, staff filed its report and recommendation on Clico Power's final IRP report, where it noted several concerns in Clico Power's final IRP report, some of which were that Clico Power provided no support for including Project Diamond Vault as a going-in assumption or even going forward resource alternative. Clico Power's assumption for the cost of future resource options other than Project Diamond Vault seemed reasonable. Clico Power complied with requests to provide more transparent modeling results, but did not update these based on new information provided in the addendum. Despite these concerns and based on clarifications provided by Clico subsequent to the filing of the final IRP, staff concluded that Clico Power met its obligations under the IRP order requirements and therefore does not recommend initiation of a proceeding for the resolution of disputed issues. Staff notes that pursuant to the IRP order, the Commission's acknowledgement of this IRP does not constitute Commission approval of Clico's IRP or any specific resource decision made within the IRP, Though the IRP may be considered in future commission proceedings concerning Clico Power's resource plans, staff recommends that the commission acknowledge that Clico Power's final IRP report and addendum complies with the commission's IRP order, and we do have one witness who would like to speak.
Chair recognizes Commissioner Lewis.
You want the witness to go first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Would you like to hear from the constituent first?
Yeah.
Okay, so Miss Emma Hopkins with the Sierra Club.
It's Emma Hopkins. Okay, there she is.
Hi, Commissioners, how are you?
Welcome.
Is this on? Okay. Hi, how are you doing today? Thank you for having me today. My name is Emma Hopkins. I'm a campaign representative and organizer for the Sierra Club's Beyond Coal campaign. Sierra Club has been very involved throughout Clico's resource planning process, and I'm just here to reiterate some of our concerns, many of which you have already heard, which involve the proposed Diamond Vault project and the continued operation of the Madison 3 coal and petcoke unit. We believe that the company has moved without transparency throughout the resource planning process on how they reached a decision to retrofit versus retire the unit, having baked the expensive Diamond Vault project into every planning scenario. The Diamond Vault project puts ratepayers at financial risk, as carbon capture and sequestration has a history of failure on power plants. The project is estimated to cost up to $1.4 billion. As staff said in their comments, the sum is several times greater than the entire capital revenue requirement of Clico's existing fleet, which is $284 million. While we've heard from the company that they don't expect this project to cause rate increases, we've seen no evidence to support this claim. Additionally, CCS has a history of failure on power plants in North America. Despite generous funding and numerous incentives to push CCS in the power sector, such as the federal 45Q tax credits, this technology has shown a disappointing track record of failures, with the majority of the proposed CCS capacity failing at the implementation stage or getting suspended early. Looking at the historical trajectory, technical issues have been one of the most prominent barriers. A lot of projects failed to operate at the theoretically designed capture rates. As a result, the 90% emission reduction target generally claimed by the industry has been unreachable in practice. There's not been any operational project that could meet this capture target or that did not result in extreme cost blowouts. It's also worth noting that the 90% capture rate would be a requirement under the EPA's proposed greenhouse gas performance standards, or the 111D rule. Some case studies here, which you may have already heard. The Petronova plant, marketed as a flagship breakthrough in this area, underperformed by 17% in 4 years of its operation before being mothballed indefinitely in 2020. Boundary Dam 3 is the only active carbon capture project in the power sector worldwide, but has captured less than its pre-specified target by a wide margin of about 50%. As we know, the investment cost for such complex facilities is very staggering. This is evident in the case of the Kemper coal gasification plant that left investors with the most expensive power plant ever built at $7.5 billion. The Diamond Vault project is a $1.4 billion gamble. The reason why Clico thinks that they'll make money on this project is because of the federal government's 45Q tax credits. However, the plant will have to run the board and get everything right in order to avoid massive losses. This includes that the project must be designed to achieve 75% capture for 45Q. It must effectively capture and sequester carbon, otherwise the tax credits will be revoked. Additionally, the 45Q tax credits only apply for 12 years. So whatever Clico's plan is after that, I think we have yet to hear. Additionally, the upfront costs of this project, which are very high, are only potentially offset by its long-term performance. As I said a little bit earlier, 90% capture by 2030 is required under the EPA's proposed 111D rule. However, CCS has a history of failure, and this has never been achieved. Additionally, under the 45Q tax credit, Clico would receive money for every ton of carbon sequestered. However, at its current level of operation, the plant doesn't produce enough carbon for the tax credits to offset the upfront costs of the project. The project's so expensive that the unit would have to increase its capacity factor by 2 to 3 times, from a current 30 to 40% to 80 to 90% to pencil out. An increase in the operation of the plant will result in significant increases in other pollutants in our air and water, such as particulate matter, nitrogen oxide, and sulfur dioxide. These co-pollutants are also going to be regulated under proposed Good Neighbor Rule, the Regional Haze Rule, and the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Another point is that capturing CO2 consumes a lot of energy, which effectively reduces the amount of electricity that can go to customers, otherwise known as this project has a parasitic load on the plant of about 1/3 of the plant's capacity, which CLECO plans to offset by building a 200 megawatt natural gas facility, which also emits greenhouse gases. This project is a massive cost to undertake for what will essentially amount to a derated 400 megawatts of generation. Sierra Club believes that ratepayers should be protected from these risks. If the company is allowed to build Diamond Vault, ratepayers should not foot the bill if the company loses on this bet. This is especially true considering that CLECO did not properly consider retiring Madison 3 instead of retrofitting the unit with CCS. All in all, this technology should not be marketed as a quick fix for power sector emissions. We can't feel relieved in this world-saving technology just around the corner. It's not worked financially or technically. Instead, we should address the root of the problem, which is the fossil-based energy production. Proven, cost-effective, and climate-friendly alternatives reduce the dependency on fossil fuels and the risk of ending up with billions of dollars of stranded assets. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Emma, I read your Sierra Club's comments, and what I took from it, one of the concerns regarding Diamond Vault is not also the cost, but the water intensity that would be required for this project, which I believe is around 55% more water for CCF is added to Madison. And so I know that's been an issue about consumer energy bills, the study in Wyoming that showed that could raise bills from where to 50 to 100. So is that also, I heard everything else you said, but was that also a significant concern of yours as well?
Yes, that is also a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Where does that extra water come from? Does it come from the Red River?
I think it would come from Lake Rodemaker.
Yeah, I believe that's where they.
Oh, the lake there, that Cleco Lake, we call it Cleco Lake. Okay, Commissioner, Mr. Secretary, got a question for you. We're talking about IRP. What's IRP stand for?
Integrated Resources Plan?
Okay, can you, would you explain, for those who may not know, what integrated resource plan is? I mean, this is what we're talking about here, so,
So in simple terms, and I guess I can back up, utilities, the investor-owned utilities in particular, so CLECO Energy and SWEPCO, when they would come in for certification of a power plant, we would question, what is the need? Why do you need this new facility? I mean, are you anticipating load growing? Are you going to be retiring units, et cetera? So the utilities at that time essentially had an integrated resources plan, but it wasn't specifically consistent to some commission order. So what the commission did is it opened a rulemaking, that's probably been about 15 years ago now. Is that about right? To formalize that process. So that the utilities are required to make a filing that looks at what their current fleet is, what they're looking at in the future on customer growth, on retirement of facilities, et cetera, on load growth, fuel mix, et cetera. And we've taken those IRPs in recent years to expand them to look at other things. I know Commissioner Green had a directive, I guess, about 2 or 3 years ago to add offshore wind, just looking at that in the IRPs, the feasibility of that, et cetera. So it's almost like a planning document, I guess the best way to look at it. It's what they've got currently, what they anticipate needing in the future based on their customer base, on their load growth, on the retirement of existing units, regulations coming down the pike, et cetera.
all right, now, this, in question here is, this integrated resource plan order, it was written, designed, and voted on by the commission. It's an order that we asked the people to follow.
That is correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And according to the staff, the CLECO has filed a report in agreement with what we've done.
That's correct, and,
Okay.
and I'll defer to Justin and our special consultant as well on that point. But one thing to add too, the commission didn't actually approve them. I think the vote is more saying you complied with the requirements of the IRP. So we're not necessarily blessing plans, but blessing compliance with the rule.
So if, in order to satisfy what seems to be a question on here, we would need to amend our order to change it to satisfy the public in this particular case. That
That's
would be-
possible. I mean, the rule, again, like you said, it is our rule, so we can amend it to look at other issues.
Well,
And as I said, as we've done in the past.
Right. We'll just try to satisfy the public. They come before the commission and ask, give us some ideas about how to make it better. And that's what we're here for. But as of today, the staff says we have given these people an order and they have complied and everything's okay. So, and I understand how there's always different views on this. So we're here to please the public that we serve. Thank you, ma'am, for coming.
I have a question.
Okay, and I'm Commissioner Campbell, okay?
And Commissioner, your microphone.
Basically, you're worried about this plant,
Yes, sir.
that you don't know it's economical,
Yes, sir.
and it's gonna cost a lot, and you don't really know a lot about carbon capture yet either, do you?
The technology hasn't been implemented at this scale successfully, no.
So that's your real big problem.
Yes,
You spend
sir.
a lot of money and you really don't know how it's gonna work.
Yeah, in addition to the fact that this was, this project was, it seemed to be baked into the process in all of the different planning scenarios that the company proposed.
I'd like to talk to some people from CLECO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me say one other thing, ma'am, Ms. Hopkins, before you leave. I was born and raised within a few miles of this facility you're talking about, and I'll assure you that I've got my eye on it. We're watching because it's a beautiful area, and this commission is sure not going to do anything to knowingly to endanger that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we got Mr. Clico.
Good morning. Mark Kleehammer and Austin Finn on behalf of CLECO.
Well, let me ask you a question, real simple question. This is complicated stuff, but let's break it down. How much money is this plant costing you guys?
So to answer that question, let me go back to what the purpose of all of the IRP is. The IRP is a snapshot in time of our resource plan with a 5-year action plan. When we come to certify projects, we file an application with you guys. We're not there. We're not there at all. We are investigating opportunities around Madison 3. We think Project Diamond Vault is likely beneficial for customers, for all stakeholders, but we are still doing the analysis around that. We just completed the pre-FEED, which is the front-end engineering design work. We will be doing a FEED study. All of that will feed into our analyses on whether or not one would move forward with Diamond Vault and come to you to say it's in the public interest. We're not there. What has happened in this IRP cycle, again, a snapshot in time of how do we plan for 20 years. We look at our resource stack and we look at our load stack. All of the comments in this have hijacked the IRP, prejudging Diamond Vault, asking for information about Diamond Vault that is not completely baked yet. That's why we could say it is kind of putting the cart before the horse here. What we do know is that over the next 5 years and throughout our study period, we have Madison 3 running. That is where we are today based upon how we looked at this when we filed this IRP docket 2 years ago. We've done updates and adjustments. There were questions by folks about why didn't Madison 3 retire. We said, we'll do unconstrained Aurora runs. Aurora is the modeling tool that we use. People use ProSim, they use ProMod, they use Aurora. We unconstrained it and said, you tell us whether Madison should dispatch economically or not. And it did in all scenarios. Then we came back and we said, okay, we will force the retirement of Madison to see what does that do to costs. And we ran 3 separate scenarios in there. One was basically CTs, which is the lowest cost ability to backfill capacity. One was a CT CCGT, and one was solar and battery. And each of those runs were significantly more expensive than the base case that we have. So where we feel is, we've been at this for 2 years, we gave the snapshot of time, we took feedback from folks, we showed our assumptions, modified our assumptions, and we are mired in these type of talks. I would like to just rebut a couple things here that Emma said. One, pointing to Petra Nova being CCS project. It was in operation, and she said it was mothballed. I don't remember what year that was. I think it relied largely on associated gas from some of the oil fields. As of September 2023, it's back in service, or they've announced that it's going back in service. So it's not a failure of the CCS technology. It was an economic issue around the fields in the Permian Basin. Kemper County is nothing like this. When you think about, and she said, a project hasn't been done to the same scale as Diamond Vault would be. Diamond Vault might be 2 times, maybe 3 times the scale of Petra Nova. When Kemper County was done, it was something like 80 times the scale of prior technology. It's a different technology, and it's a different bet by orders of magnitude. So it's very different. Regarding water, the water for Madison 3, the water for Diamond Vault, comes from Lake Rodemaker. It's Clicos Lake, man-made lake. And when we met with Sierra Club, we pointed out to them that that water issue is not true for the process that we're looking at. It is not going to increase water usage by 55%. Those are facts that we know. But to get back to this, all of this is under analysis by CLECO. We are doing our diligence on every level of Madison 3 and Diamond Vault. And we plan on coming to you with a filing. We thought that we would have a ex-docket filing that we would do about this time. It's been delayed because our pre-feed study and our feed studies have been delayed.
Is Madison 3 the problem? That's what you're trying to cure?
Madison 3 is our largest emitter. It's probably the largest utility emitter in the state, and it's about 60% of our carbon dioxide emissions.
You know, just for you guys out there in the audience, this is a thing from the past. Why don't you just tell us how old Madison 3 is?
So
listen to this. I want you to listen to this now. Was it built in 1910? Was it built in 1920? Was it built in 1930? Was it built in 1980? Why don't you tell us when it was built?
So I think it was 2010.
2010. How do you like that? 14 years ago, they built this plant. And I went up there. It's right on the side of I-49, and everybody was clapping and wonderful. And they used this substance called coke, petroleum coke. And I want y'all to hear this. It's very, very important. Petroleum coke is what refineries have waste when they make gasoline. Let me tell you about petroleum coke. Under Edwin Edwards, they taxed petroleum coke. They taxed it. And today, we ought to, let me get further down the story. And then along comes Mike Foster and the oil companies. And they said, guess what about petroleum coke? It's not worth anything. They have it piled up all over the refineries. It's not worth a penny. And so we want you to take the taxes off of petroleum coke. Well, they got their way. They took the taxes off petroleum coke. Along comes 2010, they said, oh, by the way, we might have a little use for it. We're going to build a plant, we're going to use petroleum coke to make electricity. So there is no tax on petroleum coke, and these folks use it to make electricity. We have been cheated out of millions of dollars by taking the tax off of petroleum coke that we were told was useless and there was no way to use it. And lo and behold, we built a new plant for billions of dollars. How much did it cost? $1
It was
billion?
around, yes, about a billion.
Billion-dollar plant 12 years ago. Now they use petroleum coke, and we don't get any tax on it. And now, to put the cherry on top of the ice cream, they said, oh, by the way, this is the biggest polluter in the state, and we're gonna have to spend millions of dollars to do something with this pollution. That's the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would tell you.
And Commissioner, I agree with everything you said, and that is why we do so much diligence in all of our resource planning. Things change. You know, we're talking about Madison 3 today, a pet coke plant. When I was with Entergy, we were doing the exact same thing with Little Gypsy plant. Things changed. Fracking came in, gas prices went down, there were cleaner, cheaper places to provide the electricity. When we look at an IRP, we look at all of these factors, we take them all into account, and we are looking at technology risk going forward, trying to find the best options for our customers.
I'm not pointing my finger at you, I'm just saying that the whole state was duped by previous administrations who took the taxes off. The oil companies wanted it off. They lied. They said it was no use to it. There was just piled up, and we don't have any use. We ought to not be taxed on something that's not useful. And lo and behold, they build a plant, and they use petroleum coke. And we have been duped. The state of Louisiana has been duped out of millions of dollars that we were getting taxes from. And they changed it. So that's just the rest of the story.
And two last points, if I may, on petroleum coke. You mentioned it. It is akin to a waste product. It's different than mining coal someplace. We look at it very differently. When we think about Project Diamond Vault in conjunction with Madison 3, we think there's an opportunity to economically clean up the emissions from Madison 3 and actually clean up this waste pet coke product. We could bring 90–95% of all of the CO2 emissions down from that as opposed to that going offshore.
So what you're telling me is that after we built this plant 14 years ago now, not 1910, 14 years ago. You remember that, Brandon? They had a big deal up there. Oh, hell, this is the greatest thing in the world. After 14 years, it's the most polluting plant that you have? Even more than the one you built?
Think about the coal plants that have been retired in the state over time, right? You've got coal pet coke like this, and then you've got old gas, legacy gas, new gas, efficiency CGTs, and then now renewables. The entire industry has been cleaning up everything as we can. So now, I believe in the state, you know, we have Rotomaker 2, we have Cajun's coal, and then there's Nelson 6 in Lake Charles. So the amount of coal in the state has declined. And yes, this is the largest plant that is producing and would have this type of emission.
I'm saying that to say this, and I was there at the groundbreaking, and everybody thought it was the greatest thing ever. But before we spend all this money on carbon capture and all that stuff, let's make sure that this stuff works, because we'll be in the same situation that we're in just only 14 years ago. Everybody said this is the newest deal, it's the greatest thing's ever happened, and I was up there, and you had everybody and every politician there from Arkansas to the Gulf of Mexico. And this is right on I-49, I go by it every day. And now you're telling me it's the largest polluter in the state. Hell, if we'd have known that 14 years ago, you wouldn't be borrowing $1 billion to build it. So science changes, and this little lady that came up, I appreciate her comment, but we really need to know what we're doing before we wade off into spending billions of dollars. And this is a prime example here. It cost $1 billion, now it's filthy. And you're trying to do something about it, and I appreciate Gerald's effort to clean the environment up. But what a hell of a mistake we made building that thing and spending $1 billion, and now it's our #1 polluter in the state of Louisiana.
Well, and Commissioner, I mean, things do change. I mean, when we looked at this, Clico built Madison 3, Entergy was looking at Little Gypsy at the same time because this entire state, the entire industrial base, was choking on $8, $9 gas. Boom. Fracking happened, things changed dramatically. $15 gas, yes. It was a very, very bad period for rates in Louisiana in the 2007, 8, 9 timeframe. And that's why we looked at diversification. We did not go into a full coal plant because, of course, you have an opportunity for pet coke. The price of pet coke has changed over the last 2 years since the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. But that's getting back to my point, is we take all of these into account when we're looking at our long-term resource planning, and the IRP is a snapshot of that, and we believe we complied with all of the IRP's requirements.
Mark, you know, I don't know this for a fact, but I'll be willing to bet. Your rates today are 11 cents.
Yes.
I'm gonna bet you in 2010 there wasn't 11 cents.
I could get them,
I'll just make you a bet. You're at 11 cents today. You go back and look when you built that plant, you're talking about how you had to do it because of the high price of electricity.
yeah.
I'm gonna bet you in 2010, Clico's rate was less than 11 cents per kilowatt hour.
I think I might take that bet.
Well, I'm ready to bet.
It depends on when the gas hit, but if you say 10, but remember, it's a 2-year process to build and approve, right? It takes us a year to figure out whether we want to build a plant. It takes a year for you guys to approve it, and then it takes a year and a half to build it. So when we're looking, in the time when these decisions were made in 2007 and 8, I'll take that bet.
Well, I know.
I probably have it behind me.
We look at these rates every day, and I remember saying a lot of times, you know, for long as we're gonna have rates up to 10 cents, now we got them up to 17 cents, 18 cents, 12 cents, 15 cents, you know, I mean, I remember when we were talking, maybe, y'all watch it, pretty soon we're gonna be at 10 cents. You remember that? I don't know what year it was, it hadn't been too long, but I'll bet you a hamburger here.
So the other, and I thought we might touch on this in the inflation discussion later on, but when you look at electric rates over time, they're a deal. If you go back to 1980, the nominal rate throughout the country for 1,000 kilowatt hour residential was about 5 cents. In real terms, that was the equivalent of 20 cents. Today, the nominal rate, and I looked at these up under the Bureau of Labor, BLM, whatever. It's not DOE, but they have us at 17 cents for January
Have you?
of this year. Not us, no, nationally.
National.
Nationally, 17 cents. So inflation adjusted, that's 17 cents, right? Nominally, they were 5 cents way back when, and 20 in real terms. When you and I both started working on this in 2005, you're right. The national rate was about 10 cents. Now it's about 17. But that rate of 10, inflation adjusted, was actually more expensive.
The bottom line is just, this is me. Not anybody out there, nobody else here. I'm not asking anybody to feel this way. It is one hell of a note when you drive down I-49 and you see this monstrosity over there that y'all paid $1 billion for, and I was all for it. Now you tell me, it wasn't built in the 20s or the 40s or the 50s, it was built in 2010. Now it's obsolete and it's the most polluting plant in that breaks my heart, because now we gotta come up with another way to clean it up. It's gonna cost billions. But anyway, that you know, you didn't do it on purpose, and that's just the way things change, I guess.
Thank you.
Mr. Clickhammer, that plant's obsolete?
No, I would not say it's obsolete.
Okay, all right, I didn't think
No,
so.
I would say that the environmental requirements have changed over the last 14
Well,
years, and we expect them to change over the next 10.
So it
and-
went online about 2010?
Correct.
So we probably planned it in 2005 or 6, you know, it was
Correct.
several years, took a while, huh?
It would have been, I think I worked on that certification docket with Mr. Zimmering and Mr. Kale, and that sounds about right. I think it was 6,
Okay.
7.
Yeah, and so,
Around there.
isn't it true that 5 commissioners had to vote for us to build that plant? at that
Yes,
time?
it would have to be certified by the commission through
Right.
RFP.
Correct.
So it was a mistake. 5 commissioners voted to build a plant that some think is obsolete, you know, but we don't all think it's obsolete, okay? All right. Okay, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you.
Especially if you live down in the Clico area, he doesn't think it's obsolete. I live up in Bossier, and I know you're fixing to spend a bunch of money, and I'm gonna call it was a bad decision, bad decision.
I like to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess in 2005, that would have put me in 7th grade, I think. So Commissioner, I don't think I was paying quite as much attention to that at that time, but I'm glad to be here now paying attention.
Now you're on the.
Now I'm on it. Thank you, Mr. Klemer. I'm gonna have a few questions. I want to stick on Diamond Vault for a second, but then I want to talk about some other issues that I have in the integrated resource planning. And so in this discussion, I mean, I know you mentioned that you haven't filed your X docket, but in the IRP rules, it clearly states that one of the must is looking at rate impact, alternative resource planning scenarios, capital cost, O&M expenses, et cetera. And when I read it, I did not see the optimization analyzation given to identify it as a least cost resource. Are the load requirements, planning periods, and restraints? And so I'm personally struggling to say that that is actually a completion of the IRP, because it is, you did put Diamond Vault in there. So how would you tell me otherwise?
So we filed in February of '22 with Madison in throughout for all scenarios. We announced Diamond Vault later on in '22 and are still working through it. So it's not, I would argue it's not in there. Austin, if you want to correct where I am.
Just one minor edit there. So Diamond Vault is not technically a generating resource. Madison is. In the IRP, the approach taken is looking at it as if it's a load. So without knowing all the details around the cost of Diamond Vault to prudently evaluate it in the IRP, we at least took the position that we need to account for the potential for a new load, just like we do in other scenarios, electrification load, things of that nature. So resources were selected to account for that additional load in the IRP.
And yeah, to clear that up, I think you get about 200 megawatts of parasitic load, so we recognize we have 200 megawatts less of resources that we need to backfill.
Okay, I mean, and I think from where I'm coming from, and reading this integrated resource plan and looking at staff's recommendation, I mean, there was just some things that just weren't there. I mean, there was no references for revenue requirement. There was no development of an overall action plan for the choice of this portfolio. I feel there was a little bit of a lack of transparency in all the aspects of the project, the models, and I was struggling to understand why it was chosen as the best option forward in some of those. And so I understand where you're coming from, or your point of view in this, but when it's listed in the integrated resource planning, that is what I'm looking at. And so a question I have for you, when you were forced to model the retirement of Madison 3, it was your claim that all the alternative scenarios were more expensive. Is that correct?
Correct.
But I was struggling because I looked through it, and here are just some of the points that I didn't see. I didn't see any consideration in tapping into existing interconnections with new solar, the IRA energy infrastructure reinvestment credits. Was there a reason why any of those analysis were not done?
We ran the solar scenarios. I'm not sure when I'm not sure specifically what IRA item you're pointing to.
And some other points where I just did not see, I mean, I did not see any modeling on demand-side resources, energy efficiency. I mean, I think when we look to compare the cost of demand-side resources, energy efficiency, the LOCE, supply alternatives to meet reliability needs of customers, those also aren't done. And so this is where I'm struggling, because as you know, I'm a former educator, and I appreciate the difference between what a planning process is and an actual certification requirement is. But when I would assign papers, your rough draft had to be a rough draft. You couldn't just write 1,700 words saying, this is my rough draft, have no climbing, no climax, no rising action, falling action, and then get a passing grade from me. And so where I'm struggling with is it seems for some of these, and some of my comments will apply to Exhibit 5 as well, that the motions of an IRP were produced, but not the actual analysis that showcased the best option. I mean, when I'm looking at the option you chose, the optimized scenario, as the best scenario, looking at the data and reading staff's reports, I don't think it outperformed the other portfolios, especially in the case of high gas and higher CO2 abatement prices. And so I'm struggling to see how you chose the one you did when there were other factors that the IRP asks you to consider that would lead you to pick a different option than the one you selected in this IRP.
Okay, and I think that there are a couple things. So I disagree with the report in two fronts. On page 20, it mentions demand response and energy efficiency, and it points out, it says, in each of the portfolios and scenarios in CLECO's final IRP, the amount of EE that results from Aurora modeling is exactly the same. That raises questions about how we did it. It was selected in every scenario. So it's baked in. EE is baked in throughout in the load. The second question saying on demand response, the results of the demand response market potential study are included as a resource option that can be selected in the Aurora model. CLECO's DSM potential study found that total program cost to achieve 97 megawatt reduction by 2032 would be $90 million, implying a cost of $928 per kW. This is lower than the total cost per kW of any other supply side technology. That's true nominally, but when demand response is only incorporated in 4% of the hours, because it shaves peaks, that's exactly what it's supposed to do, that becomes a very, very expensive resource to shave less than 4% of the peak hours. So what I would argue is we used the modeling for both EE, and it was selected in every scenario, and we put it in for demand response, and it was not selected because it is actually a high cost when it only is used 4%, less than 4% of the time.
So okay.
So I think we covered both of those bases, and I disagree. We disagree with those two comments in the recommendation. I think the third comment in the conclusion that I disagree with is, furthermore, shareholders should be responsible for a large portion of costs, whether or not there are overruns or underperformance, as CCS will be a very high cost compared to other zero carbon alternatives. That's prejudging Diamond Vault, which is not at the table today. Diamond Vault will come with an X docket and a real docket and a certification. When you say we need to make sure it performs and we need to worry about cost overruns, that's what a utility does. That's all day long. We do that. When you say that our shareholders should bear some of the costs before we've even applied, I think I disagree that that's the way an IRP should work.
And I have one more question for you, and then I'll ask staff some questions based off of your comments. Regarding MISO's effective load carrying capacity for seasonal capacity, have you done or will do a reliability analysis for this Trojan scenario?
We included the understanding of the seasonal accreditation that recently came out within this IRP, including winter reserve requirements, summer, et cetera, along with accreditation across the system, anticipated accreditation as it changes amongst unit types.
Okay, thank you. And really, for staff, hearing what CLECO's representatives have stated about particularly prejudging Diamond Vault, I've looking through your analysis that you stated they didn't demonstrate their final expansion selection process or be fully transparent on the economic grounds for optimization in their analysis. What would your answer be to the question that was, or the statements that were just posed, I should say?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I'm Marie Fagan. I'm the Chief Economist with London Economics, who performed the technical analysis for the staff report. So what we would have liked to have seen is more transparency. So, for example, the comparison of Project Diamond Vault going forward with, for example, the solar plus battery option. I want to turn to the right page so I can describe it clearly. So CLECO responded in an addendum where we asked for a comparison of the revenue requirements for Madison 3 and Project Diamond Vault with several alternatives if the goal is to reduce carbon footprint, for example, and provide capacity. And they looked at peaking plant, a CCGT, or a solar battery hybrid. And they provided some numbers, but it wasn't as transparent. They didn't provide, for example, the net present value of these options. They only provided the increment between the NPV and the cost of Madison 3, not Madison 3 plus Project Diamond Vault. They didn't provide the levelized cost of energy for each of the options, and they didn't provide numerical details to support the calculations. For example, fuel price, energy price assumptions, seasonal generation from solar plants, et cetera. And they noted that, well, the solar plus battery option is more expensive on a net present value basis than keeping Madison 3 running. But that's not the relevant comparison. The correct comparison was the solar plus battery versus Project Diamond Vault. So they did comply, provided more information, just not enough to really see what the options looked like.
Thank you. And so that is, I would say, a part of my concern. I know that this is not the certification of Diamond Vault, but I take integrated resource planning extremely seriously. My staff does as well. I will tell you, in the interview of my staff, we talked about integrated resource planning and these two proposals. That is how I honestly chose Edward Yielding as my technical assistant, because he came with notes to the interview about these integrated resource plannings. And so that is why I was asking. Now, when we go to the optimized portfolio, it included, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marie, 2 retirements by 2028. It added 500 megawatts of renewable energy resources in 26 and 27, added 150 megawatts of storage in 27, and added 400 megawatts of gas power in 28. Is that?
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me.
Mr. Clickham, does that sound correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was correct. And Maria, last question for you before I think I am concluded. I know we were talking about the modeling demand side resources and energy efficiency, but in all of the models, EE was the same, correct?
So we want to distinguish between demand side management and energy efficiency. So when you think about energy efficiency, that's something that's in place all the time, right? You might have more efficient buildings, more efficient appliances, and once they're put into place, you're always getting that energy efficiency from them. Demand side management is usually considered differently. It's what you can call upon to help meet peak demand. You might have industrial customers, for example, who can use less electricity. If you ask them to, they can delay some industrial processes. So we would expect over time energy efficiency to be more attractive to investors, people who own commercial buildings, residential houses, when electricity prices are more expensive. The trade-off between buying new equipment becomes more attractive. But we didn't see that energy efficiency effect, sort of an economic trade-off effect in the different scenarios. So you had a high energy cost scenario, low energy costs, but the energy efficiency adoption was assumed to be the same. The demand side management's a little bit different. It's handled a little differently, but we were surprised that the efficiency side hadn't changed from scenario to scenario.
Thank you. And Mr. Kleemer, is there anything you would like to add on that point?
Yeah, I would just say that because it was selected at the maximum that was in there throughout. I'm sure in hindsight, you could look at variable levels of energy efficiency and a higher adoption. But the point being, energy efficiency was selected throughout, reducing the overall loads.
Thank you. And to conclude, I want to thank you for your answers, Ms. Marie. I want to thank you for your answers. As stated, I am struggling because I hear and I understand your point of view, and I'm looking intensely at this IRP general order, and there are places where I don't think it is 100% in compliance. That doesn't mean based off of all those assumptions and the optimization that you chose is the issue for me, but it is the request that as we talk about this, I think IRPs, we have to have a stronger process that increases transparency, that ensures that we are adequately looking at the best cost alternatives. Because as Commissioner Campbell was talking about, when we talk about rates, and you know I specifically talk about energy cost and energy burden a lot, the planning for the future is extremely important. And this statement is not just solely about Exhibit 4. This pertains to Exhibit 5, the upcoming IRP for 1803. And I believe I would go ahead and say I want our co-ops to do this as well, because this is an extremely important process to me about what is. But just when I overall looked at it, the evidence wasn't adequate for me to support the instance of Madison Plus Diamond Vault in estimates of the LCOEs, fuel prices, energy consumptions, IRA tax credits, seasonal generation, environmental considerations, the longevity of alternatives. So I'm pleased to hear the chairman talk about that, and I'm going to talk with him after this about some potential adjustment to the rules, so we can really address these in IRPs and have the kind of planning conversations that I think are necessary. But I will conclude my questions and let any of my colleagues talk, but I am still struggling to adequately say, even though the staff with their concerns agreed that you complied with the order. I'm looking at some of the technical language of the order, and then I'm still on the fence. So, but I appreciate you answering all my questions and indulging me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Take another breath, Mr. Clehammer. I've got a lot of constituents in the Cenla area watching this program right now, and I want to try to help all my friends and neighbors up there understand what we're talking about. It's a very complicated issue. So I want to go back to IRP just a minute so we make sure that the public understands what we're talking about. The R is a resource. This is a resource of fuel to generate electricity, right?
It is. That is correct. It is also looking at the load that you bring. So you're looking to balance load and the resources.
Well, I mean, you have to study the economics of it. If it's natural gas, or if it's coal, or nuclear, or wind, or solar, or petcoke, that's the resource that we're trying to estimate in the future what we will use to produce, to keep the lights on. And the P is the plan. Who makes the plan?
So
the rules for the plan. Who makes the rules for the plan? The Public Service Commission, right?
So, so what we do is we make a recommendation. We have a draft IRP. Parties come in, intervene, including staff, take a look at whether the assumptions are reasonable and whether we've met a view of, again, a snapshot of long-term. Are you looking at all of the levers that you might be able to play? Because we've talked about it a long time, but you know, we are looking at number 1, reliability, number 2, affordability, and number 3, sustainability. It is a triangle. I hate to list them in that order because they're all super important, but we are always looking to make sure that when you turn the switch, the power's there and that we're doing it economically for our customers.
Okay, that's almost more information than I wanted, but I got the picture. We got a criticism about transparency. The transparency that you operate under and you deliver to this commission, those rules were written by this commission, weren't they? So if we need more transparency, isn't it up to the commission to give you some more rules to follow so that people will be satisfied that there is transparency?
I mean, it's kind of a rhetorical question, but we are, I believe we're on our 3rd cycle of the IRP, which is the same as Entergy and SWEPCO. And there is a big chunk of the state that hasn't done them yet. I think you're gonna see 1803 coming up with one, but we've got
Right.
all of the other co-ops who haven't, and transparency is key. So we're talking about, is every assumption laid out? And to Ms. Fagan's credit, she said that, we didn't have the assumptions in that last addendum because they're the same as the original. But they're there to be found, and we go through a stakeholder process, we have meetings with stakeholders, we go through comments. So we are trying to get to the right answer because, as Commissioner Campbell said, these are big dollar investments. They're 40-year lived investments, and we don't want to make mistakes. And so we're not trying to stiff arm folks and say, oh, I don't want to hear what you have to say. We just want to make sure that we can get to the right answers and that we're giving a good, accurate snapshot of what the future looks like.
Amen. Okay.
I got a question.
So, well, I think we got, Scametta was ahead of you, but you want to say something?
Sure, I got a couple of things.
Sure, okay, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. A couple of things. First, Madison 3 was built, before we would recognize what is now considered the war on coal, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so we voted on Madison 3 because at that time, which you brought up before, was we were dealing with the runaway prices on natural gas that was existing because of the trade war between the northeastern part of the United States and the United Kingdom and Europe, and they were like running the game, and they were just bidding against each other and artificially driving the price of natural gas up. It was during that time period, right? More or less?
Yeah.
All right. So, and also, as I recollect, wasn't Madison 3 or one of those units, when it was Rotamaker at the time, I think, wasn't it designed also to burn biomass?
It's got some flexibility. It's
Well,
a fluidized coal.
Even though we figured out that biomass wasn't a preeminent use for the device, but it was also designed for that because it was, again, looking for a solution to combat the high price of natural gas. And what I'm looking at is that device was a search by the commission and by the companies to fight the extreme expense of the fuel component of natural gas at that time, because of which the price of electricity was very high. We were, not so much the rate, but it was the cost of fuel. And we were doing anything we could do to figure out a path for the consumers to get value for electricity. Is that an accurate statement?
That is absolutely true.
So it's kind of hard to consider the clarity of hindsight because that's 2020. But when you're looking forward, you have to take risk and assumption because you can't wait until you're at that moment when you can figure out when everybody's got it right and then do it, because then you're 2 to 3 to 5 years behind the curve and everybody suffers. So you have to take risk on behalf of the ratepayers and on behalf of the public and the state to make sure that people can keep the lights on and the industry can keep the horsepower going to the motors. I think that's a reasonable statement too.
Yes.
Okay. So on this Diamond Vault, if you were to build it, because I'm still on the wall about it, but if you were to build it, is there a federal component of contribution towards the cost of this device?
So there are two primary paths, and one of the unfortunate things that we found out about 3 months ago is that we did not get a DOE grant, which could have been worth $350 million, basically a deduct on the cost of the project. There are DOE loans that are helpful. I think they're probably, somewhat subsidized, akin to like a, rural electric loans. The other issue and the primary issue is that 45Q tax credits in the IRA, the price of them might have been tripled. They might have been $25 a ton up until the IRA. They are now $85 a ton. If Madison were running at 100% output, 90% output, that's literally 400 million tons a year. So there is a pot of something like $400 million to offset the costs to build the scrubber. So basically, if you think about it, you could have a plant that now is taking waste pet coke, cleaning it up, being paid for largely by tax credits, as an example of what can be done in the future.
So you're going to burn oil waste, turn it into power, take the waste from its burn, turn it into carbon dioxide and inject it and get people to buy the credits from that and turn that back to the ratepayers in cash.
Exactly.
Okay?
In some form or another, right?
Well, it's come back in some form or
Right.
other as a
Yeah.
credit back to the ratepayers. Okay, it's just, I think that's a very simplistic explanation of what the value proposition is of a carbon capture system. I'm a believer that the ultimate carbon capture system is to create a non-emitter power plant like nuclear power. Because the difference between the renewable elements of power generation and nuclear power is base load and renewables are not. Renewables are certainly a bridge power mechanism, but the state cannot function on passive power alone. It's hard to drive the horsepower of the motors that are necessary to drive the economy. In fact, Ms. Evans, the first 300 megawatt small modular reactor power plant has gone into operation in the United Kingdom, and I'd like you to do me a little quick research and figure out what the cost of that was and get back to me on that. It was just published in an online journal. So anyway, and our goal is certainly not to raise prices. I hear a lot of this that, energy efficiency is there to reduce consumption, but also I'm hearing, and I'm hearing it sort of sideways, that, if we do it in a certain way, we should be focusing on, not combating prices as much as we are combating the emissions. And the public wants to have volumes of electricity at the lowest possible price and also in the cleanest possible form. So it is a triangular shaped analysis and not a linear shaped analysis. So I don't want that to be lost on anybody, including the consultants, that this concept of making power more expensive, so then it becomes economically rationed on the person's personal pocketbook, becomes a failure on the part of the commission to perform our primary duty, which is reliability and cost. And so I don't want that to be lost on anybody, that we need to be that way. So I do think that we are at a position where we've had this discussions and we've been talking about this. I think that the IRP, in fact, I want to make sure from staff's position that in all IRP, we are at least discussing the options for nuclear in some component as part of our IRP discussion.
Sure.
It should be a discussion of it. Obviously, we're going to look at economics down the road and all that, but we should be looking at it. We're talking about it in our nuclear technical conferences. We should be looking down the road on this at least 5 to 6 years, so that becomes a true analysis because of its non-carbon emitting factor and where we are looking this nationally for the potential of how we're going to get license certification, how we're going to get design certification, how that's going to be taking place across the country. But what I do think is for the IRP where we are, we understand the concerns that the commission has. I think you understand it, Mr. Kleehammer. I think you've heard everybody out there. I think I would like to call the question on this. I think we can vote on it. I think we can move it forward. There's going to be a lot more scrutiny that takes place when we get down to the fine points associated with carbon capture. And the other option is, what are the alternatives, right? And the alternatives are possibly some portion of renewables, but it's possibly not enough. And, the problem is we're fighting federal regulatory constraint. And, unless the rules at the federal government change, then we are going to have to look at some form of carbon capture to include it with the renewables to achieve the equation and achieve the goals.
Chair moves that we accept staff's recommendation on Exhibit 4.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Scametta. Is there any objection? You object, Lewis? Mr. Lewis objects. Is there any other objections? I guess we need to call a roll. Commissioner Campbell, how do you vote on Exhibit 4? Well, I think the chair has a control over that. The reason I'm here. How do you vote, sir? Commissioner Campbell, how do you vote?
I asked one time in 24 years, I would like to be the last one to vote, and you're not going to let me do that. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Let me get a parliamentarian ruling on this.
Commissioner, can you use your mic, please? That's what I was,
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
That's
All right.
okay.
I asked to be the last one to vote. The first time I've done this, I've heard it done 1,000 times up here. In 24 years, I would ask to be the last one to vote.
Okay. All right, we'll give you the last vote then, Commissioner Campbell, if you insist. Commissioner Green, how do you vote on this, on 4?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Green, yes. Commissioner Lewis votes no. Commissioner Scametta votes
Yes.
yes. The chair votes yes. And Commissioner Campbell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Finn,
Thank you, and I'll follow up on the hamburger.
Wait, actually, so I hate to weigh into this hamburger debate, but I actually have some numbers if y'all would like to hear them.
Don't interrupt us on the agenda.
No, it's, Donnie, got me the numbers, and actually, I think it's a tie. To use the technology that Mark likes to use, the tie goes to the runner. In some months, in 10 and 11, CLEGO's rates were higher in 2010 and 2011 than they are now. In some months, they weren't, and I think that's a facet of the fact that CLEGO used to be on, well, they
Yeah.
were seasonal rates back then.
Right.
So the summer rates were higher. So in the summer months, we saw 12.5 cents rates. In the winter months, we saw 10.5. So I think y'all were both right.
But the certification occurred in 8.
Quitter.
That's what I thought we were betting
I didn't
on.
look at those numbers.
Right, because I would win that.
That's when you were that's
Mark,
when you
quit
were
while you're
working
ahead.
for energy. Now you're working for CLECO, correct? Now you also have another issue coming up while we're preaching a little bit. You have another issue coming up with CLECO that y'all are not in the Baptist church preaching about, right? Okay, just for the record. All right.
Okay, Ms.
ready?
You want to do this again with Entergy, or are we okay with just adopting comments and rolling?
Exhibit 5, Ms. Bowman.
Exhibit number 5 is docket number I-36181. This is Entergy's 2021 request to initiate an integrated resource planning process pursuant to the Commission's general order, and docket number R30021 dated April 20th of 2012. It's also a discussion and possible vote on a staff report and recommendation. On October 22nd of 2021, Entergy submitted its request to initiate an IRP with the Commission, and several parties intervened. ELL presented its IRP data, assumptions, and materials, and stakeholders had the opportunity to file written comments on those assumptions on or before March 15th of 2022. After filing a draft IRP and receiving comments from both interveners and staff, Entergy filed on May 22nd, 2023, its final IRP report and associated appendices, and the same interveners filed comments in response to that final report, including their disputed issues and recommendations. On October 3rd of 2023, staff filed its report and recommendation on Entergy's final IRP report, and in that recommendation, while staff noted several concerns, the final IRP report involving transparency, use of up-to-date and timely information, and development of insights that Entergy's own methodology supports, staff, I lost my spot, apologies. Despite those concerns and providing clarifications from Entergy subsequent to the final IRP, staff concluded that Entergy met its obligations under the IRP order and does not recommend initiation of a proceeding for the resolution of disputed issues. Staff notes again that pursuant to the IRP order, the Commission's acknowledgement of the final IRP does not constitute Commission approval of Entergy's IRP or any specific resource decision that Entergy made within that IRP, though the IRP may be considered in future Commission proceedings concerning Entergy's resource plans. Staff recommends that the Commission acknowledge Entergy's final IRP report, that it complies with the IRP order. And we also have Ms. Hopkins, who I think would like to make some comments.
You won't hear from me
Well,
after
welcome back.
this one. Hi again.
State your name again for the record.
Oh, yes. Emma Hopkins, representative of Sierra Club. So I want to say first and foremost that Sierra Club is very excited at the proposed retirements of the R.S. Nelson and the Big Cajun 2 units in Entergy's IRP. That being said, I just wanted to note a couple of concerns that we have before we move on. Entergy's preferred IRP portfolio fails to properly model the IRA and fails to reflect the least cost options for ratepayers. The IRA substantially altered the law and factual circumstances governing utility investment in clean energy and battery resources. For example, Entergy's preferred plan, Portfolio 1, assumes that the existing production tax credit, or the PTC, and the investment tax credit, or the ITC, would lapse or stay at low levels. However, as noted in our comments, the tax benefits available under the IRA are significantly greater than Entergy assumed in their modeling. In light of significant shift in existing tax law and the substantially reduced renewable energy and battery costs under the IRA, we believe that it was arbitrary for Entergy to refuse to reoptimize its modeling to reflect those changed circumstances. And contrary to staff's recommendation to conduct a transparent analysis of the IRA's impact on the company's modeled costs, Entergy simply provided rate impacts of the pre-selected portfolios after the model had already been run without the IRA. So main point number one is that we would like to see the company kind of consider more thoroughly money in the IRA for renewables and battery storage. Second big point is that Entergy's IRP arbitrarily fails to evaluate the economics of its existing fossil fuel resources or the potential specifically for early retirements. We believe that Entergy should consider earlier retirements of its coal units because of the options modeled were arbitrarily constrained. Specifically, Entergy did not optimize its analysis for RS Nelson or Big Cajun 2 Unit 3 to test the economically optimal retirement date for those units against potentially lower cost resources. Instead, Entergy hand-selected the retirement dates for both RS Nelson and Big Cajun 2 separately from any of the modeling analysis. As a result, the IRP fails to identify or evaluate the least cost option for the retirement of those units. In addition to the declining economics of RS Nelson and Big Cajun 2, there are several environmental and economic risks that require an evaluation of earlier retirement. For example, the IRA provides billions of dollars in tax credits, direct funding, and low-interest loans that could be used to facilitate the retirement or replacement of Entergy's legacy coal units. Additionally, there are several proposed federal rules which could impact the continued operation of coal. For example, the Good Neighbor Plan, which requires coal units lacking in the most effective nitrogen oxide or NOx controls, which are selective catalytic reduction, to install those controls or purchase pollution credits to reduce NOx emissions for a level commensurate with SCR technology. So essentially, the Good Neighbor Rule would force SCR installation. And then also the Clean Air Act's Regional Haze Rule, which under which RS Nelson and Big Cajun 2 are potentially subject to installing expensive technology such as SCR or flue gas desulfurization to reduce SO2 or NOx emissions to protect visibility in national parks. These additional environmental compliant risks could force the company to evaluate new retrofit versus retirement decisions for these units shortly in the future. Because of all these factors, while the Sierra Club is very glad that the company is choosing to retire these units, we also believe that the company should be required to conduct a more thorough, transparent analysis that better incorporates the favorable economics of renewables from the IRA and an earlier, more economic retirement of RS Nelson and Big Cajun 2.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. I
Thank you.
appreciate your intervention into all these issues. That's what keeps us on the straight and narrow.
Thank you for listening.
And,
Yeah,
Lewis,
yeah.
Mr. Lewis?
Reading, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reading your comments, one of your IRA concerns, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, was that the IRA assumptions were not included in the Aurora capacity expansioning model.
Yes, sir.
And so that was and then also looking at the ITC and PTC, that how, I'm looking here at the table that was included in their IRP where Energy Future is not kind of evaluating the solar ITC at the 30 to 50% IRA range and utilizing more like a 10%. So I just wanted to make sure I was understanding your comments correctly.
Yes, absolutely. And just an additional note is that it could be worth noting that Entergy would be entitled to potentially a 10% tax credit adder if any of those renewable resources are within energy communities, and another 10% adder if the project is constructed domestically with domestically sourced resources. So those things add up, and I think we would have preferred to see that reflected in the modeling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And would someone from Entergy come to the table? I'm going to ask staff that my generic comments on IRP and the process and my concerns also be applied to Exhibit 5. I do just have a few specific questions for Entergy, but Mr. Hand, I see you here. I just want you to note that some of my same concerns that were in Exhibit 4 also exist in Exhibit 5. I'm not going to rehash those all again. But I just wanted to ask some questions of you, or first, I should give you a moment to respond to any of my generic comments around IRPs before we get to yours, if you had anything that you wanted to mention, since I'm not going to ask those to you.
So first, good morning, Commissioners. Larry Hand on behalf of Entergy Louisiana. I'm joined by my counsel, Harry Barton. And I will not respond fully because I do largely agree with the way Mr. Kleehammer, characterized the responses, what this IRP process is about. And we've learned a lot. Every cycle we do of these IRPs, since we started, we learn a lot. It evolves, we learn, we take feedback, and the next time around, we incorporate that. The challenges I see with this cycle and all the prior cycles is, as we're doing this planning process, we're filing assumptions, we're modeling, we're getting feedback. The world is changing around us. And we don't have the opportunity to stop the world or stop the process because there are deadlines. And by the time we get to the end of the process, in this case, IRA was a reality, Build Back Better wasn't. And so it's that constant conflict. Do we stop and start over, and then another 3 years we finally finish? And so that's this evolution, I think. We do it within the process, within the cycle, and I think the next time we start the cycle, which is in a couple of years, we will bake in the things we learned this time. So it's a constant evolution, which may only add to what Mr. Kleehammer said.
No, thank you so much. And so, understanding your approach, you used and projected 3 different future models, which manipulated assumptions about level peak load, energy growth, natural gas prices, coal deactivation, carbon tax scenarios, demand side uptake, et cetera. That is how you approached your IRP, if I'm correct, right?
I believe so.
And the biggest difference between your 3 portfolios that were modeled is the percent of renewable resource capacity additions. I mean, if I'm correct, Portfolio 1 was 74%, Portfolio 2 was 92%, Portfolio 3 was 66%. Is that, am I
don't
correct?
have the numbers in front of me, but to my knowledge, that is generally correct, that Portfolio 2 represented a higher penetration of renewable intermittent resources, wind and solar.
Thank you. And then, so after your modeling is performed, then you calculate the total relevant supply cost for each portfolio, which included capital cost not considered in the modeling program.
That's right. And to be clear, the TSR that we do, we look at, as you said, the total relevant supply cost, which is the non-sunk cost. So the future investment, the future capital to implement a new portfolio, that's what is considered in that total relevant supply cost measure. We don't go back and look at investment that's already been made and is in rates, because that's kind of considered a sunk cost. The resource is already there. So I just wanted to make sure we're clear on when we're talking about capital in these scenarios, it's the future capital to execute or modify the resource plan to match what the models tell us we should be thinking about.
Thank you. And so the reason I wanted to point that out, because in your plan, you selected Portfolio 1 as your preferred plan. And when we go directly to the IRP order in 2J, it states that with proper justification, a utility may select resource options that are not exclusively least cost. For example, if the utility is able to justify that such selection is consistent with reliability, planning, regulatory, environmental operations, objectives, or constraints, and will reduce the risk of customers inquiring high cost and uncertain scenarios. And so based off of this, you chose Portfolio 1, but I do have some quick questions about the decision and your 3 arguments for why that decision. Especially on Portfolio 2, you stated it did not yield an executable resource portfolio, and I'm curious as to why you came up with that recommendation that it was not executable.
Yeah, and I'll give you a few points from my perspective. Mr. Barton may have others, but one of the biggest things, Portfolio 2 selected 16,000 megawatts of onshore wind in Louisiana, and then that will be deployed over a 20-year horizon. leaving aside all the duck hunters in the room who may have issues with 16,000 megawatts of wind turbines onshore in Louisiana, we've been trying really hard, working with the commission, with the staff, to expedite the implementation of solar resources in Louisiana. And to date, we have 55 megawatts available. So the thought that over the next 20 years, the wind technology can mature to the extent that it is economic onshore wind, and we can deploy 16,000 megawatts in Louisiana onshore, really raised a lot of risk as to, is this portfolio two really executable? Will we have the resources we need to keep the lights on when people turn the switch? And so that was a big challenge. There are other challenges from a reliability perspective with that portfolio two that caused us some hesitation to just look at the pure estimated economics of it. The first one was capital. Portfolio two had about triple the amount of required capital to deploy to develop that portfolio. Over $9 billion was the estimate, whereas you look at portfolio one, it was like 3.5, something like that. I'm not looking at the numbers. But very significant fixed costs. So we talked a lot about Madison today, about what were we thinking in 2010. Someone may look back today, if we said we're going to bet the farm on 16,000 megawatts of onshore wind in Louisiana, knowing what we know today, someone may look back in 10 years and say, what were y'all thinking? And so we're risk adjusting, trying to think about what is the right balance. We need to deliver more renewables to our customers. They're demanding it. We want to do it, whether that's solar, wind, all options on the table. But going all in on solar at this point, we felt would be a significant reliability risk for Louisiana. And the last point I would add is, we're hearing from MISO in terms of looking at what load-serving entities are doing across the state, across the region, that as more and more intermittent renewable resources get deployed, the risk of being able to meet the load requirements with dispatchable capability is becoming more and more threatened. And that could be a number of factors. It could be load growth. It just could be the rate of deployment of the renewable intermittent resources. And just as we all know, currently this commission has not yet acted on or adopted any sort of minimum capacity obligation. There are a number of cooperatives who have recently gotten approved supply arrangements that do not require identifiable physical capacity. So on behalf of our customers, we're a little concerned, and that factors into our planning. When we think about a portfolio we want to plan for, not only do we want to make sure we have enough for ours, but the way MISO sheds load, if other LSEs in the state don't plan enough dispatchable capacity and load sheds become required, we get cut. Entergy Louisiana's customers would get cut about 50% of what MISO declares for the state. And to us, that is not an acceptable outcome for our customers to select a portfolio two, which we would think would place that at risk. And this could be a very different answer in 3 years in the next cycle as technologies mature. If there's an MCO, we'll continue to adjust. But that's kind of why I hit a few of the reasons why we kind of moved to portfolio one. I don't know if Mr. Barton has any others that I neglected.
And really quickly before Mr. Barton, I just want to make sure I understood your MISO market. So basically your concern was that you felt portfolio two would expose your customers to the market risk because it over-relies on capacity from MISO's market due to the level of intermittent resources. Is that a fair analysis of what you're...
I would say it overly exposes us not only to the MISO energy market. MISO doesn't have a capacity market. So that's a PRA, that's a clearing price. The capacity market is what we as a utility, you as a commission require us to deliver. So I think it's over-reliance on the MISO energy markets when you don't have enough of the right types of resources to cover your energy requirements, that energy deficit. From a capacity perspective, it's really the question of were we comfortable that portfolio two would deliver enough dispatchable capacity when the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing to keep the lights on? That's what the capacity issue is.
Thank you. And Ms. Barton, just one second before I come to you. Marie, your analysis was that you felt ELL did not provide any quantitative analysis towards that. Am I reading your comments correctly?
So yes, so we understand that having more intermittent renewables, wind, solar on the system is tricky for reliability because you don't always get the wind blowing and the sun shining when demand peaks. But there's quantitative analysis that you can do using what they call effective load carrying capacity, ELCC, that it's a metric that gives you an idea of, are these resources going to run when they're needed, not just their capacity over the course of the year. So what we would like to have seen is an analysis saying, okay, there's a lot of solar and wind in portfolio 2. Where's the risk there? What happens when you add all that to the system? What happens to ELCCs? What happens to your frequency of unserved load? So we understand that that's a dynamic, that's something that happens in the energy space, but we would like to have seen it quantified.
Thank you. And Harry, forgive me for interrupting your comment.
No, not at
Go
all,
ahead.
Commissioner. And this may address Dr. Fagan's concerns as well. Would just add to what Mr. Hand said that, Entergy Louisiana recently issued a renewable RFP that included a solicitation for a significant amount of wind resources in Louisiana. And I can't divulge, the number of proposals we did or didn't receive in that solicitation, but I think the results of that would underscore the company's viewpoint, at least at this time, that it would not be realistic to assume that you're going to get 16 gigawatts of wind resources developed in Louisiana over the 20-year planning horizon.
And Commissioner Lewis, one thing I neglected to mention, having had a chance to reflect, the other factor, maybe the final factor in the selection of Portfolio 1 was the assumptions that underlined the IRP when we started. We assumed we were working under the traditional MISO accreditation construct for renewable capacity, solar in particular, with a 50% capacity accreditation. As the IRP process evolved, MISO moved toward a seasonal accreditation, and that had a very significant drop in the accreditation, particularly for solar in Louisiana, as we've seen certainly in the winter months. So if we were to rerun the analysis, and we agree with Dr. Fagan, you can always do additional modeling, but you're modeling uncertainties, so we're always going to have uncertainties. And I think if we redid that, one of the factors that would further suggest Portfolio 1 is where we need to be right now is the seasonal construct, because the wind and the solar that Portfolio 2 relies heavily upon, the capacity accreditation from MISO would be much lower on what we know today. And if I were a betting man, I would think it's going to go lower in the future as more and more solar and wind penetrates. So just final point on that one.
Thank you. No, that's a thorough answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. You still
Just a few
going?
more questions,
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, and then I will conclude. Going back to the conversation we were having with the Sierra Club, can you just briefly explain why you were unable to include the ITC and the PTC in the modeling? If your concerns are the same as Mr. Kleehammer's, just based off of the IRA changes, that's an acceptable answer to me too, if that's how you want to address that cost.
Yeah, I do think it's similar. We did what is called, I would call an out-of-model adjustment to reflect the change from Build Back Better versus PTCs to the IRA numbers. We did an out-of-model adjustment, which only means we didn't go back and run the Aurora model, which is a very time-consuming model with the different scenarios, portfolios. And I think it's important to note that the way we reflected the ITC credit, the IRA credits, was that we reduced the capital of that future scenario. So when we talked about the high capital cost of Portfolio 2, we did reduce that by those numbers. If you think about, it really just, it could affect how much solar you select and the capacity expansion tool. It's not going to change the dispatch of the system very much, because solar and wind dispatch when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing. So I don't know that the Aurora model is going to be fundamentally different if you were to rerun it, but the biggest constraint was one of timing. Had we stopped the process to plug IRA into Aurora, rerun it, and start over, then we would be having this discussion 8 months, 10 months from now, far outside of the time permitted by the process, and more concerning. While we would be fresh on that assumption, on the IRA, we'd be more current. All the other assumptions have been outdated. So we would have to keep starting over and over. This will be one where next time around, yeah, that's baked in, because we now know IRA is there. So.
Yeah, and thank you, I understand. In talking about that really quickly, I want to hit just two final points that were in your IRP that I felt were not truly addressed. And one of them was regulatory uncertainty and the effects of facility retirements. When we look at kind of some of the EPA regulations around the cross-state air pollution rule or the selective Cadillac reduction, there were assumptions that you ran, and Ms. Fagan can correct me if I'm wrong. One of the things that was pointed out is that your IRP did not look at the possibility of that some of these existing resources could be deactivated and replaced with new resources due to changes in regulation. And in reading your comments, you argue that the IRP is not the proper venue for that. But I'm curious if the IRP is not where we would make some of those evaluations and assumptions, then where would we get some of that planning done if it's not in the resource planning process?
Absolutely. A few notes on that one. With regard to so there's an open docket at the commission, an evaluation of retirement or potential economic deactivation of legacy gas units. That's on the Gas World. That docket's out there specific to look at that question. When might it be economic to deactivate some of those units? On the coal side, with regard to Big Cajun 2, Nelson 6, which I think is the focus of the question and the comments here, a couple of things to note. One is ELL, Entergy Louisiana, is a minority owner in those two plants. So even if I woke up and said, today's the day to retire it, we do not have as a minority co-owner, we don't have the ability to dictate how those units activate, how they run, how they're maintained, how they're expanded, or when they retire. What we can do is engage the majority owner, other co-owners to see what's economic. So the best thing we could do as a minority co-owner in our planning in this IRP is make a reasonable assumption about when those units might be economic from the majority owner's perspective to deactivate. And we have fairly reasonable deactivation assumptions that take into account the environmental headwinds facing those units. For Big Cajun 2, Unit 3, we have a deactivation assumption of 2025. Again, it is just a planning assumption because we don't control the decision. With regard to Nelson 6, also we're a co-owner minority in that unit. We have a 2028 deactivation assumption. Those assumptions may change as we learn more about the environmental regulations those units may be subject to in the next 2 to 3 years, and also more about the technology that could be used to address those or not. Because that'll dictate, is it economic to install a scrubber, an SCR, all these sorts of things, or is it more economic to repower it, or is it more economic to retire it completely?
And I want to thank you and recognize you for some of the environmental concerns that you did have in this plan. I mean, you utilized the EPA's EJ screen, which evaluates environmental justice impacts, and I did appreciate that. But I would suggest that further to use their estimates and their impacts on new gas burning generation as part of the evaluation. So the last question that I do have for you before I pass on to my colleagues was about transmission. Future transmission just was not addressed in this IRP. I mean, we did not state any consideration of transmission as a resource option unless it's connected to a specific generation resource designated to meet your load. So my question is, why did you only consider transmission as a resource option if it is connected to a specific generation resource load designated to meet your load? But aren't there other kind of transmission projects that could provide access to economic generation resources?
Absolutely. Great question. And this is a question that comes up often in the context of IRPs. I will tell you that the word transmission is not mentioned often in the general order. It is mentioned, of course. It's mentioned in the context of when we consider resource options and you think about an integrated resource plan, we are solving for a peak load capacity issue. We want to make sure we have enough generation or capacity resources. Could be a generator, could be DSM, could be energy efficiency. We're looking at resources to apply to address the peak load requirements of our customers. And the context of transmission is that when we consider a new generator over here as this is our solution, we need to take into account that new generator may have a transmission cost associated with it to upgrade, to interconnect. And so we can't assume the goodness of this new generator without taking into account the added cost that transmission could provide, so it must be considered in that context. It's also to be considered as a potential, transmission is to be considered as a potential economic constraint relief. We have a great example of this in Louisiana. There's a cogenerator at the Dow facility in Plaquemine, Louisiana. When we joined MISO, that unit had difficulty getting its output onto the grid. We came to this commission, and this commission approved a project, an economic transmission relief project called the Louisiana Economic Transmission Project. We're bad at naming things. We can only use that once, but what it did was it made that generator more deliverable to the entire system, and so that was a very economic transmission project. But those, and the rules reflect that the economic transmission plan expansion is to be conducted in a different forum than the IRP itself, because we have the MISO planning process, where that project was identified. So we do need to take into account what we know about the future state of the transmission topography in Louisiana, but to attempt to have a transmission planning process in an IRP where all the right stakeholders may not be engaged, without MISO, other TOs, would lead to a very incomplete, segmented, fragmented transmission plan.
And thank you. That's a thorough answer, and that concludes everything that I have. Really quickly, Ms. Marie, is there anything you would, from my questions, make note of?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concluded.
So, Ms. Tan, this IRP we're talking about, it's about the fuel that we'll use to generate electricity in the future. Is that right?
It is about the right generation resource mix, and it could be demand-side management or energy efficiency, the right mix of that, which takes into account the fuel that it uses to generate and the cost of that fuel.
But when we analyze the transmission, that's another project. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so, does the government affect your planning for the future as they change the rules in D.C.? Does that cause y'all any problem to getting it right?
I would say every year, but it's probably more frequent than every year.
Yeah, I apologize for coming from the real world, but this IRP process reminds me of real business people call it a swag. You know what a swag is. I'm not going to repeat that, but so I appreciate what you're going through to try to estimate where we'll be down the road when we see what the federal government has done over the last few years, both Republicans and Democrats,
And I don't want to blame the government, because they're here to help. But
absolutely, yeah.
What makes these things challenging is just uncertainty in general. It could be the uncertainty of gas prices. It could be inflation. It could be regulation on the environmental front. It could be tax incentives. It's a constantly changing world, and I've been at this for a bit at the commission and doing this sort of stuff. I've never seen things change as quickly and as frequently as we see them now. And that uncertainty makes this planning process really challenging. Even when we come to y'all to certify a new resource with the best information we have at that world, that's generally a year old. By the time we do an RFP, we gather information, we come to you. It's really hard to get to you for a decision timely with the most current information. And even if it's current at the time, it's probably not going to be accurate a year, 2 years, 10 years. So we all have to make the best decision we can with the best information available.
And we will make some missteps, but over the years, if you look at the price of a homeowner's kilowatt hour of electricity, Louisiana is in the very top in this nation because of companies like yours and your planning. And I trust you when you do the IRP, I know you're doing the best you can when you're dealing with the government and the changes in the RTO system. And I'll hand this over to Commissioner Scametta. I believe he had something for you.
Yeah, just a couple of things.
Commissioner, I don't think your mic is turned on.
Sorry. Am I on now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There you go. A couple of things, really nomenclature on this, because I know we jump around with a lot of terms. I know, isn't that strange, right? But we've been going back and forth when we're talking about, wind, solar, talking about natural gas, right? But I think we need to focus on baseload and passive as the concept of deliverability of electricity, right? Because I mean, I was just here looking at the MISO app a minute ago. So we're like at 7% wind right now, okay? Some days on a front, it's at 20% wind, but for how long, you know, and then it goes down. So, but, you know, if you think about this, we've spent trillions of dollars on renewables over the last 7, 8, not 10 years. And we're still right now pushing at, including the solar in the MISO footprint, the wind in the MISO footprint, we're at not quite 10% of what's going on right now. Still, right now at 40% natural gas, which is a little bit higher than usual. Still in that 30-plus range of coal, and how we look at this. And, you know, the economy here functions on baseload power. And while we need to look at, on IRP, about how we're going to balance that issue out, we need to be looking at the baseload concept versus the passive, comparing the both, not saying which is better or not. But when we're talking about identifying the resource, we need to be talking about it in that sort of term, so we understand what we're going to be able to deliver to high demand customers versus low demand customers. And I think that sort of getting our nomenclature lined up for that, I think is an important context. And, you know, you're talking about issues associated with, you know, the ongoing movement of federal government regulation. I mean, we just had one, about 2 or 3 weeks ago with the particulate differential changing, with increasing the limitations on tolerance of particulate in the atmosphere, which is going to affect IRP. It's going to affect all of these rules as we move forward. In fact, it's not unusual for us to get past something, build something, and the next day have rules saying why it's already obsolete. You know, and so we're building towards the next step. And, you know, so I think that, you know, that's, you know, an issue that we have to, you know, take into consideration, that we're going to put our best foot forward, we're going to do the best we can do, but we're going to also not be the least bit surprised when the EPA opens the door and yells surprise. And so I think we have to look at it that way as well. I think that's all I'm going to do for right now. If nobody else has got any questions, I was going to go ahead and call for the question and ask for us to go ahead and vote on this issue.
We got a motion from Commissioner Scametta, and the chair will second that. Is there any opposition or other conversation? Looks like it's unanimous. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, do we need to call a roll? We got to.
Yep.
Okay.
Did Commissioner Lewis have opposition? Okay, yes, sir.
Okay,
Then a roll call
Commissioner
vote.
Lewis votes no. Commissioner Gray?
Yes.
Commissioner Gray votes yes. Commissioner Scametta?
Yes.
Votes yes. Commissioner Campbell?
Yes.
Votes yes. Chair votes yes. So 4-1, it passes. I'm moving on to number 6.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Exhibit number 6 is docket number R31106. It's the Commission's rulemaking to study the possible development of financial incentives for the promotion of energy efficiency by jurisdictional electric and gas utilities. Discussion and possible vote to retain Chris Justin through an under $50,000 solicitation. At the Commission's January B&E, the Commission adopted Phase 2 rules establishing a statewide energy efficiency program. And during this transition period, a need has been identified for the Commission to have assistance in researching and providing analysis on external energy efficiency programs, exploring the integration of complementary programs, including collaboration with the Louisiana Department of Energy to ensure both programs can work with one another. Additionally, work can begin now with the IOUs and the LDCs to strategize the transition to the statewide program and begin examining any possible barriers to accessibility and participation. It is staff's opinion that this limited scope of work can be accomplished for a total budget of less than $50,000. Based on this identified need, Mr. Justin submitted a proposed budget of $48,000 in fees and $2,000 in expenses for a total budget of $50,000. Mr. Justin has been an energy efficiency consultant with Plan Your Energy since March of 2023 and has spoke to the Commission at his October 23rd, 2023 B&E. Mr. Justin has also assisted the Louisiana Department of Energy in developing its home energy rebate system, as well as advising the department on how best to maximize the program efficiency. Staff recommends that the Commission retain Mr. Justin through an under $50,000 solicitation to assist in the transition from a Quick Start program to a statewide energy efficiency program for a budget of $48,000 in fees and $2,000 in expenses, for a total budget not to exceed of $50,000.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Commissioner Scametta moves that we accept this recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Green. Is there any discussion? Any opposition? Hearing none, Chris Justin, you got a new job. Thank you. Exhibit 7.
Exhibit number 7 is docket number U36680. It's Irish Environmental's application for an increase in sewer service rates for the Bartholomew Landing subdivision and the Fleur de Lis subdivision. It's a discussion and possible vote on an uncontested stipulated settlement. On February 23rd of 2023, Irish filed its application with the commission, which was published in the commission's official bulletin, and no interventions were filed. On September 15th of 2023, commission staff filed its report and recommendation, and on October 9th of 2023, Irish filed a letter accepting the staff's report. Irish accepted the staff's report subject to a request to not implement the 24-month term maintenance rider of a $4.01 per customer. And after considering Irish's responses, Irish and commission staff entered into a settlement to complete the proceeding in this matter. There was a motion filed into the record on November 15th, 2023 that included the stipulated settlement terms, and those terms are summarized as follows. Irish is authorized to earn a return over operating and maintenance of 15%. Irish is authorized to implement a recommended rate increase for an additional annual revenue in the amount of $7,488 compared to its 2022 test year, which is approximately a $6 increase in rates. And staff recommends Irish apply for a rate case before the commission in a period of 3 to 5 years with the appropriate record keeping for review. Staff recommends that the commission accept the uncontested stipulated settlement that was filed into the record on November 15th of 2023.
This is my area.
Mike, please.
Yeah, thank you.
These people hadn't had a rate increases. Anybody can tell me when's the last time they had a rate increase?
Good morning, Commissioner, Commissioner Othman, Commission staff. I believe it was when they filed their initial application to become a regulated utility.
When was that?
I don't have that date in front of me, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
It's a good while ago, then.
Commissioner, I believe it was around 2012.
2012, okay.
Wow.
I would ask you to accept staff recommendation.
second.
With motion to accept by Commissioner Campbell and seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Is there any objection or any other comments? Hearing none, number 7 is passed.
Exhibit number 8 is docket number U36974. This is 1803 Electric Cooperative's application for certification of a capacity purchase agreement with Calpine and for cost recovery. It's a discussion and possible vote on an uncontested stipulated settlement. On September 13th of 2023, 1803 filed its application, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin, with Entergy Louisiana and Northeast Louisiana Power Cooperative intervening. In its application, 1803 indicated a need for approximately 100 megawatts of additional capacity in the first 5 years of its power supply portfolio. Additionally, because MISO transitioned to a seasonal capacity construct, 1803 has identified an increased need for winter capacity. In April of 2023, 1803 received an unsolicited offer to purchase capacity from Calpine, specifically from its Pine Bluff Energy Center. 1803 now seeks Commission approval for a 10-year agreement to provide up to 175 megawatts of capacity, with 80 megawatts for the months of January through March of 2025 and 175 megawatts for April 1st, 2025 through May 31st of 2035. On January 26th of 2024, after discovery and filing of testimony, 1803 staff and NELPCO, with ELL expressing its non-opposition, filed a joint motion to convert and reschedule to an uncontested stipulated hearing accompanied by the stipulated settlement. In the settlement, the parties agreed that 1803's application for certification of Calpine was in the public interest, consistent with the Commission's general order dated September 20th of 1983, and complies with both the Commission's MPM and unsolicited offer order. Further, 1803 agrees to be subject to any requirements established in docket number R36263, which is the minimum capacity obligation rulemaking docket, without the provision of a grandfathering protection. The cost from the CPA will be recovered through 1803's existing rate schedules and tariffs already approved by the Commission. Staff recommends that the Commission accept the uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on January 26, 2024.
Is Churchwell in here? Churchwell, you back there? I thought I saw him earlier. There he is. You want to come up here and tell us what's going on with this? You're one of the 1803 guys, aren't you? You're a lawyer back there? Yeah. I asked for Churchwell to come because he's a common sense guy like me from North Louisiana, and we got a.
I brought my uncommon sense with me, though.
But Jeff,
and
Mike, please.
I just want to get a simple. North Louisiana explanation. Mr. Churchwell is the one of 5 co-ops. He's in Northeast. He runs the Northeast Co-op. He lives up there around Bastrop, and their footprint is all in Northeast Louisiana. And this new power is coming from Pine Bluffs. That's not very far. Is that right? Okay.
Yes, sir, that's right, it's right across the border.
Just give us a 2-minute talk on why we should approve this. Yeah.
Well, Jeff Churchwell, General Manager, Northeast Louisiana Power Co-op. From Northeast's perspective, and having a position on the board for 1803, what we have looked at is the seasonal MISO construct that they came up with. We were gonna be short in winter, and so in an attempt to solve some of those problems, Brian and his staff they viewed this unsolicited offer that we received and against the market, and as we can tell, it's the economical thing to do for the 5 co-ops in 1803.
You have also Claiborne is in that footprint, in that group of 1803, right? And
yes, sir.
That's a lot of Commissioner Campbell's area in North Louisiana. And also affects my area with the Beauregard Electric also, which is over 40,000 meters. And I believe Washington, St. Tammany, and Sleeka down in Homa. So it touches almost every commissioner. Commissioner Campbell, do you have any questions?
No, I'm fine with this.
All right, I just wanted to get somebody besides an attorney up here who could explain it where we'd understand it. Do y'all have anything to add to confuse the issue?
You know, the only other thing I would add, I'm sorry, Brian Hobbs, 1803 Electric Cooperative. The only other thing I would add, NELPCO is the first of the 5 co-ops that we begin service, and that's next January.
Yes. Okay.
And so we have an initial need, and Calpine has agreed to shape this product to fill that need for the first quarter of 2025 for 1 co-op, and then move to the maximum capacity they can offer as we start serving the other 4 co-ops. So it's
How many years would that be for? What's the term of the year?
It's 10 years and 5 months.
Okay. Is that locked in price? Of course, you gotta go with fuel, floating fuel.
No, this is capacity only, and it is a locked price for the 5 years.
Okay.
Doesn't escalate, it's fixed for the 10-year period. We are buying energy out of that facility as well for 5 years, and that is that natural gas. It is subject to natural gas pricing.
Okay. Any of the commissioners have any questions?
Quick question,
Okay.
or a quick statement. Thank you, Mr. Hobbs, for that explanation, and I'm in of support, and I just wanted to identify why. I mean, even though this does circumvent, in my view, our kind of commission ordered on procurement processes, you desperately in 1803 need the capacity. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that a little bit.
Okay, yeah, please.
So the commission does have specific exceptions to the MBM order that allows for this kind of process. Here, we had kind of some fortunate circumstances. We got an unsolicited offer. We got a second unsolicited offer, so we could compare those against each other. The Calpine offer was the lower. We also have market intelligence that we can compare to. And then a few months later, we initiated a formal RFP process looking for capacity. We have those results, and I will tell you, you'll be seeing those at some point, but this Calpine offer is significantly lower cost than anything we saw in that RFP. So while it is an unsolicited offer, it's had price tests through those 3 different mechanisms.
And thank you. In my analysis, I think this would be a winner as well, but I just wanted to give some clarity on my thought, but I appreciate that walkthrough because it was very helpful. Thank you.
So, Pine Bluff, that's in the MISO footprint. What zone is my Pine Bluff in?
It's in Zone 8. And we're in Zone 9.
Most of Louisiana's in Zone 9, right? And so, as we go forward, these are gonna be more important issues, is the zones, all the RTO footprint, and it's a very complicated process. You know, that's why I want to get Churchwell up here to explain it without being an attorney, you know. So thank y'all for coming. I would make a motion, we accept this Exhibit 8.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Lewis. Any other comments or anything? Okay, well, it's passed, so thank y'all.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 9 is docket number U37026. It's Pierre Part Natural Gas Company's rate stabilization plan filing for the year ended June 30th of 2023. Is a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. On November 1st of 2023, Pierre Part filed its plan with the commission, and it was published in the official bulletin with no parties intervening. Pursuant to order number U36612, Pierre Part's rate stabilization plan allows the company to earn a midpoint return on equity of 10% and requires a resetting of rates in the event that the test period earnings fall outside the prescribed deadband. In Pierre Part's 2023 filing, the company reported a ROE of 1.554%, which would have required a rate increase and would have resulted in an upward adjustment in the revenue requirement of $71,105. Staff reviewed the filing and determined Pierre Part's ROE for the test year 23 was 1.915%, which is still below the bandwidth. And as such, staff found that Pierre Part was authorized in accordance with the provisions of its RSP to adjust its rates to generate an increase in revenue of $57,641.15, which was filed in staff's report and recommendation into the record on January 12th of 2024. Upon review, Pierre Part indicated that it accepted the company's staff report and recommendation, and the parties filed a joint report and draft order into the record on February 8th, 2024, acknowledging all resolution. As there are no unresolved issues, staff recommends that the commission accept the joint report filed into the record on February 8th, 2024, authorizing Pierre Part to increase its rates for $57,641.15, subject to conditions.
I'll second.
We have a motion to accept the staff recommendation by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Is there any other discussion, or it looks like it's unanimous, so this number 9's passed.
Exhibit number 10 is docket number U37027. This is South Coast Gas Company's rate stabilization plan filing for the year ending June 30th of 2023. It's also a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. On November 1 of 2023, South Coast filed its plan with the commission, which was published in the official bulletin with no interventions. Pursuant to order number U36276, South Coast rate stabilization plan allows the company to earn a midpoint return on equity of 10% and requires a resetting of rates in the event that the test period earnings fall outside of the prescribed deadband. In South Coast 2023 revised RSP filing, the company reported a ROE of negative 3.577%, which would have required a rate increase and would have resulted in an upward adjustment in the revenue. Staff reviewed the filing and concluded South Coast ROE for the test year 2023 was a negative 2.970%, which still requires an upward adjustment of rates. As such, staff found that the South Coast was authorized in accordance with its RSP to adjust its rates to generate increase in revenue of $794,212.33. Staff filed its report and recommendation into the record on January 12th, 2024. Upon review, South Coast indicated it accepted company staff report, and the parties filed a joint report and draft order into the record on February 8th, 2024, acknowledging resolution of all issues. Therefore, staff recommends that the commission accept the joint report filed into the record on February 8th, 2024, and authorize South Coast to increase its rates to generate an increase in revenue of $794,212.33, subject to conditions.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Second. Commissioner Scametta moves to accept staff recommendation and seconded by Commissioner Green. Is there any discussion or opposition? Hearing none is passed. I want to make one comment. We're talking about gas. Louisiana uses a lot of gas for generating its electricity. A lot of people don't realize that it's like 70% of our fuel in Louisiana is produced use natural gas, and natural gas is just unbelievably cheap right now. It's just at the record lows, and I think it reflects on our good rates that we have here for our homeowners and our industry. So I'm really proud of that, and thank goodness for natural gas here in Louisiana. So let's go on to number 11.
Yes, sir. Exhibit number 11 is reports, resolutions, discussions. We do have a few discussions this month, and the first one is a discussion on inflationary pressures being experienced by jurisdictional electric utilities. This was Exhibit 24 last month.
Could we move over to 13, please?
Sure.
All right. That'll get us out of the regular document.
Yeah.
Moving to exhibit number 13, it's docket number S37011. It's DIMCO's application for recovery of wholesale power costs through a revenue-neutral manner and tariff amendments pursuant to order number U36133. It's a discussion and possible vote on a staff report and recommendation. On October 12th of '23, DIMCO filed its application due to the transition from its current power supply agreement with Clico Power to a new power supply agreement with NextEra Energy Marketing, which commences on April 2nd of 2024. DIMCO's current PSA with Clico Power includes a fuel cost adjustment that is passed through to DIMCO ratepayers on a monthly basis. The new PSA with NextEra does not have this clause, as wholesale power costs are set in the beginning of each year and generally do not vary with fuel cost. The new tariff would implement a wholesale power charge in place of the fuel cost adjustment. DIMCO stated that the move from the current tariffs to the new tariffs would be revenue neutral. DIMCO also proposes changes to certain language in the new tariff, stating that the changes allow for more transparency in billing as the updated descriptions more accurately reflect the purpose of the charges. On February 8th of 2024, staff filed its report and recommendation, and in response to further information submitted by DIMCO, filed an amended report and recommendation on February 15th of 2024. Staff's report stated that the application meets the regulatory requirements as set forth in the Commission's July 1st, 2019 general order, and agreed that the requested tariff changes will be revenue neutral. Furthermore, staff found that the additional language changes could provide further transparency in customer billing. It does not believe that any of the language changes would result in a revenue change. On February 15, 2024, DIMCO filed its correspondence indicating agreement with staff's report. Staff recommends that the Commission accept staff's report filed February 15th of 2024 and express its approval of the issuance of the revised tariff effective upon commencement of DIMCO's new PSA with NextEra.
Okay, you want to go ahead and make a recommendation?
I'll let you
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we accept this, and get a second.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Lewis, and
I have a
now we got, recognize Commissioner Scamato.
I need the microphone.
Oh.
There we go. Question for staff. That's you, Noah? Okay. Noah, it's my understanding, and need you to further explain this to me, is that since they're going from an FAC, a fuel adjustment charge, to a more of a contract basis with the next, in what is a year and a half from now, more or less. Since the fuel adjustment charge has a tendency to fluctuate, but under the new mechanism, it's not going to fluctuate, correct? I mean, is that an accurate statement?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so then how is it going to impact overall pricing to where if there was any value, like right now, say with the price of natural gas being so low, and the people in DIMCO getting a better value in their contract than they would have got, since gas is like $1.75 right now at Henry Hub, which would be much more by the time it gets to the utility, it might be double that. But still, if it moves into a fixed price, how do you anticipate the balance in that, and how does that come into an ultimate price impact to the consumers of DIMCO?
The consumer's bill would not reflect that impact, showing the fluctuation in energy prices.
Right, I get it, it's not gonna have a fluctuation, but if they're getting a value when the price goes down, they won't be having that same impact if it goes to a fixed price element, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so how is that fixed price element going to be impacting the next bills to the consumers under the new contract? So like on 1,000 kilowatts, or, how is if you look at the current bill of a consumer, like a residential consumer, small family now, and a small family under the next contract, did they tell you, or do you have any data on what the difference is going to be, ultimate difference?
We're informed by the company or the co-op that it would be revenue neutral and that there would not be rate impact, but I would defer to the co-op and of course our audit staff.
Okay, well, that's a good question that you've now raised for me. Because the company told you so, because I had kids once, so, does that mean that the staff didn't engage in making its own determination?
No, our audit staff performed an
Okay,
audit.
who was
and
audit
verified.
staff?
Thomas Brody
Commissioner Thomas Brody handled the audit for this. He is upstairs with the flu. I forbid him from coming down here.
Well, I don't blame you. But you can see my question.
Yes.
Well, that's my concern, is that, you know, did the staff engage in making a determination on its own about how of any impact would be, much not just taking the information from the co-op?
I would have to check with him on that. I mean,
Yes, Commissioner. Mr. Brody did tell me that he had performed an independent analysis to verify that.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm just not feeling I'm not feeling the love at the moment. But I mean, I think it's a legitimate question because we're going from an entirely different analytical context. And to understand that going from a variable price element that gives advantage and it also gives increased costs when there are FAC, you know, changes, and moving now into something that's a fixed for, what's the period of the new contract? 5 years, 3 years?
I believe that's 5 years.
5 years, okay. So for that 5-year period, there won't be any variable, it'll be fixed, whether it goes up or goes down, right? But we don't know what it is. I mean, you don't, and Brody didn't give you the numbers on that to bring down today, right?
he was actually expecting to be here up until this morning, so.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we have someone from
Okay.
DIMCO real quick?
I'm sorry, okay. You got
I'm
some-
sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I just have someone from DIMCO come to the table real quick?
Is Randy here? Randy Pierce? Hope we got 2 bodyguards with us. Glad you brought, I got some redneck questions for this.
Well, I mean,
No, it's, good. I guess, yeah.
whatever they tell me, I get it.
That's
It's not what,
Well, I want to see this,
yeah.
where do we draw the line? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you. And my question is, it will be very brief. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that the application, or basically what you're trying to do is revise the name of 2 charges on your bill so they're more transparent and accurately reflect the purpose of each charge. Is that the intention?
Yes, Commissioner. Randy Pierce with DIMCO. The WPC, the wholesale power charge, will now reflect the entirety of the wholesale power cost in any given month. The other 2 charges will be distribution charges, will be the DIMCO piece. So while we've had fuel charges and really several pieces of the bill before, now to simplify it because of the new contract and the way it's constructed, it will be constructed that way. And we did discuss all of these things in the certification, so there will be an annual true-up, to Commissioner Scremeta's concern. As prices move up and down, if there needs to be an annual true-up, which would affect the prices for the next year, that will be considered at the end of each contract year.
Okay, and so you, according with staff, and you believe that there is no rate impact on this specific change?
This is strictly the mechanism by which we'll be doing it. It's revenue neutral.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Campbell.
Here's, I want to congratulate you. Y'all have had some high rates, but it looks like this month, you're some of the cheapest, 10 cents.
It's a good month.
Uh,
It's a good month.
You need to pull it over.
This month.
Yes, it's
That's
a good
what I'm
month.
talking.
Yes, sir.
Mike.
Well, you know, in the past, you've had some spikes, and I've said this 100 times, used to be 10 cents was high. Now it's 16, 17 cents, but I appreciate you trying to keep it down. You have a big co-op, the biggest one in the state, most number of people, so it's real important that you keep the rates reasonable. Everybody's trying to. As you know, everything is going up, it's outrageous, and people are very conscious about their bills. So I appreciate it, at 10 cents, I'm not, can you keep it there?
That's gonna be a challenge, but we're gonna try. And we'll be talking about that in some of the inflation discussion later. But that's the purpose of the contract that we selected and that was approved by the commission, we believe will give us our best opportunity to bring the best prices possible to the
That
members.
contract is not the 1803 contract, or 1803.
It's different, correct. And it
You're not in
begins,
the 5.
that's correct.
You're not.
We've got our own contract, we're not. So, and ours does begin, by the way, April 1st or April 2nd of this year. So while all the other co-ops are around next year, beginning of next year, and into the spring of next year.
And where are you getting your electricity from?
Clico Power at the moment.
Where is it? You staying with them, or are you going?
No, going to Nextera. So we'll have the
Florida.
first year with Nextera, and then after the first year, we'll have a piece of a solar, we'll be taking 100 megawatts of a solar facility through Nextera as well as the Nextera contract.
They're from Florida, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that
I don't have
it?
any other questions.
Okay, I got a couple. We're wearing out this word transparency, okay? And I was reading these notes here. We got into it with telling the co-ops how to run their business a few years ago with Claiborne, you know, and y'all remember that, you know? And so I'm like less government's best government, okay? And you have a board, and y'all make your internal rules according to 10 different co-ops, different cultures, you know. So you did some things to have more transparency for your DEMCO customers, basically, is what you did, isn't that right?
Yes, we believe this rate will be much easier for the members to understand.
Okay.
When they look at it, there'll basically be 3 pieces. 2 will be the DEMCO piece of the charge, so when we're talking to members, we'll be able to say the wholesale power cost represents the raw power that we're purchasing, and the grid access fee and the delivery fee on the distribution side represent the distribution cost or the delivery cost of the product. So we think that members will be able to look at their bill in any given month and fully understand what's before them.
All right, so you're making it more transparent.
We believe it
People are
certainly
always
is.
hollering for that.
Yeah.
Oh, so, wait a minute, let me finish while I'll forget what I'm thinking about here, talking about, if something doesn't work out like we thought, which that happens sometimes here in electricity business, are they gonna call you, or they gonna call the Public Service Commission, you know, to complain, you know?
Well, probably both.
Yeah.
We get a lot of calls. We certainly did, you know, last year when our power costs significantly increased, and increased over most of the course of the year. We got thousands of calls, and the commission calls increased as well. So we know that when that occurs, we are accountable. So we've got to answer for that, and we understand that. So we believe moving forward, not only the contract is the best approach, but we think the construct of this tariff of the bill will reflect that and help members to easily understand their bill.
So y'all were working with NOAA on this situation here, right?
Yes.
And, so, Noah, you know who was the first boat captain in the world? I just thought I'd throw that, I couldn't help it. Okay, Commissioner Campbell?
How many board members y'all have?
13.
And how much do you pay them?
They make $300 a meeting.
How many meetings you have?
We have 2 a month.
So they make $600 a month.
Yes. We have a
Okay.
committee meeting and a board meeting.
And you cut them off of the insurance, is that correct?
We did not.
They still get the insurance?
Some do, some do not. The ones that, we have several on the board that have insurance through other means.
Mr. Pierce, this is an old thing, and you're probably not gonna do a damn thing about it. They're grossly overpaid there. Anytime, you're paying them $600 a month, that's what they're worth per meeting. But some of these, people come in, serve on a board, an hour and a half, 2 hours, 6 hours a month, and you put their whole families on, insurance. Could be, $2,000 or $3,000 a month per person. If you're looking for places to cut, you ought to do that right there, because they don't need hospitalization for a board member of a co-op. The rest of y'all out there, y'all can hear me, but I might have to start bringing some of y'all up. Y'all shouldn't be doing that. You're making people pay for the whole insurance program with a man and family could be $3,000 a month, and they come once or twice a month. You're not right there. As wrong-headed as it can be. We talked about it before. Y'all are looking for places to cut, Mr. Co-op and board members. Cut your board members off of the hospitalization. They don't deserve it like the people climbing the lines do and the people working for the co-ops. And y'all have them on there, sometimes at better programs than the guys climbing the lines in the middle of the night when it's sleeping. But you don't want to hear that, but you ought to hear it, because that's one thing we ought to really cut out. You shouldn't be paying these people $3,000 a month. And a lot of them are $3,000. You know that, Randy.
Yeah, I understand your view.
Yeah.
I do. We've discussed it many times. Now, we'll say ours is the same. It's not better than the lineman received. So.
How much? Okay, I just asking. How much is your insurance?
For a family plan right now?
Yeah, what you're on?
It's about $1,500 a month.
All right, but you.
I mean, that's, you know, and we pay a certain, DEMCO pays a certain percentage of that.
Would you say that's the average of all your employees, $1,500 a month? Young people with families and all that?
Yes. So we have one, we divide it into two different arenas. We've got a family plan. We don't do couples and such. We do a family plan or a single. So a single runs probably, you know, 800, something like that. And then a family plan right now runs about 1,500. I mean, I'm giving you a rough figure, but
yeah, I got it's 18,000 a year, just roughly.
Yes, sir. Yes.
How many members you got? How many board members?
13. I mean, we've got about half of them that are on that.
That's $250,000 a year.
Well, we got about half.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you know, one thing Claiborne did, you brought up Claiborne, and I'm proud, they cut that out up there. Yeah. They cut it out completely, and that's good, because nobody that's serving on a board of a co-op that goes once a month deserves health care coverage at the expense of the ratepayer. That's well, and that's been that's happened forever and ever. So you guys looking for a little place to cut the budget, that's it. If you got the courage to do it now, it's gonna take a little courage. You're gonna have to bow up a little bit, because they're all gonna squeal like a hog under a gate when you do that now. That's all I got to.
Randy, I'm the one that stirred that up on purpose, okay?
That's all right.
I'll admit that. Look, you have 13 board members.
Yes, sir.
Is it a federal law, you have so many board members per customer? Or
It's
something like
not.
that?
It's according to the bylaws of any given electric co-op. There's about 850 to 900 or so electric
So
co-ops around the
each-
country, and each is different.
We've got 10 co-ops, each one kind of makes their own rules about the
Yes.
board members and all?
It's according to their own bylaws in terms of the size of their board, whether their geographical representation, that type of thing is all determined by the members of that co-op.
Does the Public Service Commission have any jurisdiction on telling them how many board members they could have? Well, you know, we get sued again, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know that I should answer that question.
Okay.
There may have been litigation in the past about whether we had jurisdiction or not.
All right. Well, look, you know, the public doesn't know the difference between a co-op and a IOU. Most people don't, you know, it's a lot of difference in the two. And we're here trying to work with everybody. And so anyhow, I didn't answer many questions here. I caused some trouble, so, but thank y'all for coming up.
one quick
Okay,
question.
Commissioner Scabetta.
I just got one quick question.
Yes, sir.
And it was really about the true-up.
Yes.
Okay. So this true-up you're talking about, and it's something that I'm not fully informed about. So the true-up that you're going to do, it's going to be annual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the true-up, but it strikes both ways? Is it a double-edged sword?
It can strike both ways, yes.
Okay.
But
So-
rather than it being a month, you know, again, we looked at many approaches to it and felt like one of the main complaints that we get at DEMCO is when the rates are erratic. So if you go from 1 month and it's 10 cents, the next month, which we had this in '22, it could be 16 cents.
Right.
And back to 12. That's one of the main complaints we get. So when we negotiated this contract, we struggled with it, grappled with it, but we decided to have some stability for an annual period and then do a true up at the end of that period that would affect the next year.
That's sort of like the Florida mechanism for gas, for their gas pricing, right?
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Florida does an annual
Yeah.
on their gas prices, which can impact ratepayers, okay?
Yes, certainly
Yeah,
can.
yeah. So you're going to start your contract April 1?
April 2.
April 2?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to do your true up April 2 of 25?
25, yes, sir.
Okay. So this is for the staff. So obviously, we're going to be wanting to pay close attention to the true up in 25 because my concerns are we don't want to have a whoopsie one way or the other.
Yes.
And we want to be working very closely with you and your folks on this to make sure we watch this because my concerns on an annualized true up, you have an annualized surprise. And so we want to make sure that, we at least are monitoring this closely with you and see what happens next year.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And as part of the certification, we certainly understood that and committed to the commission. We would keep you informed well before any adjustment on that annual basis.
Okay, all right, well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for coming. Did we did a motion and a second?
Yeah, you just got to vote.
Okay, so we want to have a roll call vote on
No,
this?
nobody opposed.
Okay, so this is, what is it, number 13?
Yeah, 13.
Number 13 is just passed.
Okay, so if 13 is passed, we're moving back to exhibit number 11, which was our reports, resolutions, discussions. We do have several discussions this month, and the first is the discussion on inflationary pressures being experienced by jurisdictional electric utilities. This was exhibit 24 last month. And I think the chair wanted to have the 3 IOUs speak first. We can go in alphabetical order, so Clico, if you'd like to come up. And Mr. Hayden, you can go up too. I mean, that's fine.
All right. Do we have anybody with SWEPCO here? SWEPCO.
Bobby's in the back.
They don't have to bring them all up at once. So.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to go first, since Mr. Kleehammer took the body blows in the
Okay,
IRP discussion. Maybe I'll take him for him here. And again, Larry Hand on behalf of Entergy Louisiana.
It was like a reunion.
Appreciate the opportunity to come visit with y'all about some of the inflationary supply chain pressures we're seeing in the utility sector. And it's not just Louisiana, it's across the nation. We do understand the impact that rates have on our customers, and it's important that we do what we can to manage those. There are 2 big things, I think, affecting the utility industry and the supply chain space, and we hear about it a lot, I think, in our personal lives. Since COVID pandemic, we've heard a lot about supply chain constraints. We've heard a lot about inflationary cost pressures, and I think we experience them in our personal lives. When we go to the grocery store, we see it in commodities we buy, whether it's gasoline, electricity. It's affecting all of us, and these are global market issues that affect everybody, including our customers and our utility rates. One of the big things we've seen driving that are increased lead times on equipment that we use on the grid. From a demand side perspective, we are seeing significant growth, at least for Entergy Louisiana, significant growth in load in terms of subdivisions, commercial spaces, industrials, and that growth drives the need to buy more conductor, more transformers.
Hang on one second.
Yes.
So a question about transformers real quick, because this is a subject matter that we've discussed, and I think it's time to broach this subject about the federal government's standardization for transformers in steel certification. And I want to know if all of the companies, and this is a question for all 3 of you, about this requirement from, I guess it's EPA requirement?
DOE, I believe.
DOE requirement to move transformers to contain amorphic steel. And I want to know who manufactures it, where we're going to get it, what are the supply chain issues on it, how do we get it to the manufacturers of the transformers, what are our lead times on it, how are we going to be able to deal with that with potential requirements for regular new business as well as, disaster-based issues. I think it's one of my super big questions about this particular issue.
Yeah, and great question, because it is a big concern that could further exacerbate the shortage of transformers, particularly distribution transformers. Currently, probably 95% of the distribution transformers in the United States utilize what's called a grain-oriented steel core. That's how it's made. In January of 2023, the Department of Energy released proposed rules, haven't been adopted yet, but proposed rules that would require transformers used in the United States to move to what is called an amorphous steel core. They're more efficient in terms of it reduces the losses of electricity, so there's a potential savings of electricity there, but there's a significant shortage of the capability to manufacture amorphous steel core transformers. And so there's been a very large outreach effort by industry to the federal delegation. There's two pieces of legislation. I won't attempt to name them, but both of them one of them attempts to phase in the transition to amorphous steel core transformers, and also boost the capability to manufacture grain-oriented steel transformers. And so there's one in the House, one in the Senate. So both of those are there. Those seem to be positioned pretty well. There's very wide support, whether it's the Edison Electric Institute, the cooperative groups, industry, everybody is pushing, say, look, we can get there, but let's slow it down and let's not exacerbate an already acute supply chain situation on transformers. Because that is the most acute thing we are seeing is the transformer availability driven by the demand side. And again, Commissioner Scametta, your question goes to the supply chain, the supply side of it. So we're trying to maintain that, improve it on the transformer front. But we also have very tight labor markets, transportation constraints, low inventory levels, and so forth. Just to give an example of pad mount transformer availability, and I would venture to say every one of you have heard from subdivision developers about, I can't get the transformer in time. Pre-pandemic, it took about 16 weeks. We'd pick up the phone, call the manufacturer, said we need a whatever voltage transformer it was, we need it, and you got it in 16 weeks later. Today, it's a year at least.
In disaster situations, is there a plan with the Department of Energy to give waivers on amorphic steel?
Well, right now, the rule's not effective.
Okay.
I don't know that there's a contingency that if there were a disaster, if they had a rule, but we'll.
Can you inquire?
I will. I'll check with our federal folks. Auto transformers, thinking about large in a transmission substation, the auto transformers, those used to take about 52 weeks. They're designed, engineered for purpose. Those take about 160 weeks now. Same for high voltage breakers. Used to be 52 weeks. Now it's 150 weeks. The other thing that's really hurting across the supply chain, the equipment, is the cost of commodities. Copper, since the pandemic, is up 11%. Iron and steel are up 26%. Chemicals are up 27%, and aluminum is up 25%. It's been reported that about 60% of investor-owned utilities in the United States have experienced delays in getting transformers such that they had to defer projects or cancel them that customers wanted. So it's across the board. It's a significant issue. There's a 40% increase in the cost of those transformers due to labor, the steel, all those components. And the real question is, where is this going? We think it's going to taper off, but we do still see upward pressure on supply chain and cost for transformers in particular from 2024 to 2026. And hopefully it tapers and we catch up on the manufacturing side. The industry catches up such that we can get the delivery times down, most importantly, and also the cost down. And what we're doing about it, again, we're engaging with our policymakers, lawmakers, to make sure that federal regulations don't exacerbate the supply chain shortage and that we increase production. Also looking for our customers when they have specific needs to energize a subdivision, what have you, look for other solutions. If we don't have the exact pad mount transformer they need, we can find one that's close enough as they ramp up. We can install overhead and switch it back. So we're trying to keep the customer first in all we do in those things. And we understand they call you and they're giving you an earful. Just rest assured, we're doing everything we can to meet their time requirements, whether it's borrowing a transformer from another operating company we're affiliated with, getting one from the repair shop, whatever we can. We're looking across every rock, turning it over, finding the solution for the customers is what we're trying to do. And lastly, I would say, how do these things affect kind of where we are? We've talked a lot about rates, where we were in 1980 and today, and for Entergy's, and this is just Entergy, every story is different, but when I look back to 1990 to today, the cost of electricity for Entergy Louisiana customers has gone up about 74%. On an absolute basis, that's a lot of money, but it is a 34-year period, and you do the math on that, it's about, since 1990, 34 years, gone up 74%, which means about 2.1%, which is generally the historic inflationary rate. We're seeing a lot more than that in inflation today. So on an absolute basis, it's a lot. On a relative basis, year to year, it's kind of keeping pace with inflation. Like anything else, the cost of labor for us goes up. But to put that into context, if you look at the price of gasoline over the same period at the pump, it's gone up 177%. You look at the price of bread, even higher. And lastly, ground beef has gone up 217%. So yes, things are more expensive. We're doing what we can to manage those, but we do think we still provide a solid value in terms of the electric rates to our customers in Louisiana, which, to your point, Chairman, it has positioned Louisiana, continues to position Louisiana as a low-cost, a low-rate electric state. We have a lot to do in terms of curbing the usage, being more efficient, but we think we have a good value proposition, us and the commission that regulates us to deliver that for customers.
We need to get those cattlemen to give us a break on beef, Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mark Kleehammer on behalf of CLECO. I'll echo almost everything that Larry said. Just a few high-level points. CPI, Consumer Price Index, the average increase from 2001 to 2020 was about 2%. Over the last 3 years, that's nearly tripled to between 5 and 6%. PPI was up 10% in 2021 alone. Everything he said about supply chain timing, we would agree with. Everything's gone up. When you look at assets, conductor is up almost 60%. Cross arms have almost doubled since 2020. Everything related to the transformers timeline and price is up significantly. On labor costs, we've seen increases of nearly 20%, both on distribution labor and vegetation management costs. Sometimes those things come in lumps because we might do a 2-3 year contract with folks. So we're seeing all of those expenses hitting. In addition, our debt costs are up. In 10-year rates in 2021 were 1.1%. They're now 3.99%. 3-month LIBOR was 0.2. It's 5.32%. Our overall embedded cost of debt has gone up 1%. All of these things are factors that go into our cost of service. For the most part, our rates at CLECO have not increased. Fuel fluctuates, but the rates last went in 2021. And so we've seen a hit on what our earned return has been over the last couple of years. We are doing similar things on repurposing transformers, rebuilding transformers, taking low usage ones and moving them to other areas as needed as we try to navigate the transformer challenges that we have. And as I said earlier in the discussion, to Larry's point, in real terms, electric prices have gone down. They are lower than they were in 1980. They are lower than they were in 2010. In nominal terms, we recognize the rates have been up. And finally, I think you owe me a hamburger. CLECO's, we'll talk about, okay, maybe I don't want the hamburger. But the CLECO rates were slightly higher in both 08 and in 10.
Let me ask you a question.
Commissioner, your microphone, please.
All of y'all ought to answer. How much is your load natural gas? How much do you use natural gas to make electricity? 10%, 20%, 40%, 50%, what?
I don't know, but it's probably north of 60.
60%?
At least probably 2/3.
What about you?
Sure. Roughly the same, 65%. We have probably 27% nuclear and a
How
touch
much
of
yours,
coal.
Bobby?
It's close to 50, about 47.
Okay. All your rates are going down. Look, the price of natural gas is $3 today, man. And you use 60% natural gas to make electricity. And you're singing the blues Natural gas has been higher, but today they're giving it away. Y'all all say that. And I mean, you know, I got you coming once, you know,
Yeah.
transformers are higher, I know that. Tires for the trucks are higher, wages go up, they're higher. But 60% of the stuff you buy to make electricity is at $3. Last week it was at $2.
It's $1.75 right now.
Right.
What?
$1.75 right now.
$2.
$2 right now?
$1.75.
And Commissioner Campbell, that's correct. And from a base rate perspective, they're only reset periodically every 3 years or 4 years or whatever it is.
Yeah, well, but you
From
know,
from a fuel rate, they go up and down, which is to the point, you had Demco up here a moment ago. They were with Entergy and Cleco in 2022. Same thing. We had extraordinarily high gas prices, and that was the pressure that everybody was seeing. And right now, we're in a good spot.
I got y'all, before y'all singing the blues, and you know, and everybody's feeling sorry for you, remember one thing, you're a monopoly. Nobody can come in competition against you to get anything down. You got it. You know, you've got a lock on everybody that's buying electricity in Baton Rouge.
Commissioner, your mic, please.
And then, remember, $1.75, y'all are making me sick if you tell me that. I'm the one that needs some relief, $1.75 natural gas. But anyway, y'all ought to be, pretty good shape. I mean, if you buy gas that cheap.
And we do, you know, that helps our customers. We flow that low fuel through our customers. But I will point out that, you know, at least for Entergy's standpoint, since I joined the company, we built probably 3,000 megawatts of new combined cycle generation to burn that low-cost fuel efficiently. And these inflationary pressures, the steel, all the things to build the plant to generate it using that fuel, those have gone up. And that's why, you know, our rates have gone up as well, even though that particular part of the fuel has gone down.
That ought to be the first thing you say in your speeches, rather than singing the blues and making everybody feel bad about it. Oh, Lord, I didn't know it was that bad. Tires jumped up, pickup trucks jumped up, wire jumped up. I can't buy a generator, I can't buy one. I ordered them at 3 years. Then you ought to say, but by the way, 60% of the stuff we use to make electricity is at $1.75. Y'all don't ever mention that. It's been 5 and 6 and 8. Look up that. Look up what natural gas was 10 years. It was higher than $1.75. So I mean, that's the as Paul Harvey said, that's the other side of the story that y'all don't tell too much. You tell me about all the bad things, but you don't tell me about all the good things. And that's a hell of a break at $1.75. That makes me glad for the consumer. Anyway, I just thought I'd bring it up.
We got the IRP right on that one for a while. Okay, Bobby, what's going on with SWEPCO?
Very similar. I'm Bobby Gillum, representing SWEPCO. Very similar. I mean, we definitely have transformer increases. I was looking at some of the pad mounts. See, for 300 kV, it's up 151%. 50 kV, it's up 165%. So that's one of the issues. Everything, meters have gone up. We just got a lot of new meters, and it's been a good deal when we got them. We're glad we got them when we did. And some of the old meters you can't get anymore. They don't make them, so you have to buy certain things. Crews and things like tree trimming, that's something that's gone up, and I hope it goes up and down some as fuel prices change. It's a good thing on fuel prices, of course, for energy. It's the savings are passed through to ratepayers. That's what the fuel cost does. But for example, tree trimming costs per mile, I mean, they've gone way up, like 50% we've experienced. So we try to deal with it. We have to still manage to trim and cut trees. So some of that we have to do over and above the budget for that. But that's one area that is a concern. We have, AEP has for transmission, they kind of joined with 7 other utilities to form a grid assurance so they can have transmission facilities that they need available, and they're building warehouses in different locations so you can go get what you need and keep things operating as they should. So that's one of the procedures and mechanisms we've instituted to try to deal with shortages, because there are shortages, and that's the other thing. It's gotten better. And COVID, got terrible for a while, but it does still take longer. And certain big transformers, they'll quote you 5 years before you can get one. And those are problems, so we have to work around that.
How dependent are we on these countries that don't love America to get these products? That's a question we get asked every day. Where are y'all buying the stuff that and are they, for security of our country, any comments on that?
The one thing I will add is to help relieve the the transformer constraint issue, we have, coordinating with the FBI, we have sourced some transformers from domestic manufacturer who sources them from China. And I know Commissioner Scarmetta had a directive about being careful where we source certain electrical components. Transformers, I assure you, are not internet-capable components such that there's a cybersecurity risk, but we do try to source it as locally as we can because we want to, make sure it's in our backyard, it can get here quick, and it's not subject to people or countries that may not have America's best interest and certainly Louisiana's best interest at
Well,
all.
our federal government's aware of the problem, I know, and they've got to be working with your folks to, I don't think it's in our jurisdiction to tell you exactly what to do there, but wish you well on that. So we get asked that a lot by our people that use your electricity. Thank y'all for coming. Oh, wait a minute, we got another one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your answers. I was curious, I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe all of you did, there was a letter to the president about using the Defense Production Act. Did anything follow that, or were there any conversations from DOE or the White House about that concern that you all and your colleagues across the country raised?
I'm going from memory, I believe the potential authorization on the Defense Production Act preceded the DOE's proposed regulation. I don't know enough about it to say whether it was implemented and how successful it was.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just remembered that from some earlier conversations that we had, and I want to thank you. And I want us to really take a look. I mean, I was just looking up a second ago the EIA forecast, which has a 4% increase on utility bills predicted for this year. We saw last year that the increase doubled inflation, and so this is while I do appreciate all of these concerns, I also want to reiterate this is why looking at alternatives to lower the impact on customers and consumers is important. Why I took energy efficiency so efficiently, why I'm stressing, and I was asking those questions in the IRP about demand response, about energy efficiency, because when we think about inflation from the production level, which is a true issue, I also want us to think about the inflation from a consumer's issue. The chairman brought up, the former chairman brought up his concerns and the concerns that I shared with him about the feeding programs, and I've been talking about this publicly for a few weeks, but when we tackle on what's happening in the ecosystem outside of our control here at the commission and those inflationary costs to utility bills, we are seeing significant devastation in our communities where people cannot afford to live. And so that's why I appreciate your comments on theirs, but I'm encouraging you to really look at alternative means. That's why I mentioned that letter from DOE, HUD, and the EPA earlier, because we have dollars to help ensure consumers are protected in inflationary increases. And I want to ensure that we are doing everything we can from applying from every federal grant. As you all know, I had that directive earlier. And so I just wanted to put that onto the record in this conversation with you all, and hope to work with you still on some of those products. But I think this moment requires us to start thinking a little bit outside of the box, because I'm not sure we're ever going to see it come back down. So thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
Thank you.
Let's see, is Clico here? Saw Bill Fontenot back there. Oh, well, okay, I'm sorry, we got one. Yeah, that's Bill, you put on some weight there.
So much.
We'll talk about the,
Were there co-ops were going to come up? I thought maybe.
I thought, I didn't know, Chairman, if you you would ask for the co-ops to also just give a little information on the inflationary, but if you're.
Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped too far, I guess.
But, I mean, if.
What's that?
If
I
it's the
think
same,
it's fair.
I believe it is. I mean, from the reports that they provided you written, it's the same information. They're having the same delays in, getting the equipment and lag time. So, and a lot of it stems from right after COVID
Yeah.
into now.
All right, so, all right, well, let's go move on to the price of coal and,
So
New
just
roads.
for the record, this is the discussion with Clico Corporation regarding Clico Cajun's increased contract charges to the Louisiana Electric Cooperatives.
thank you, Ms. Bowman. Bill, welcome to the podium here.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. I guess I've got some prepared remarks. We can go from there.
Yeah.
Bill Fontenot, I'm the CEO with Clico Holdings. So just a little background. As you know, because you approved that Clico Holdings acquired the Lodgin business in 2019. And the Louisiana generating business, of course, when we acquired them, it included about 3,500 megawatts worth of generating assets. And of course, it included the contracts to serve all but one of the Louisiana cooperatives. So I'd say that we at Clico Corporation were excited about the opportunity. We serve some 300,000 customers across Louisiana. We understand customers. And so we were excited to begin that service. Me personally, I'm a Louisiana rural, born and bred individual myself. And so we're proud of the role that we've played really in supporting these Louisiana cooperatives really since 2019. And with respect to Clico, I'll say that we have and will always honor the obligations under our contracts, for better or for worse. So let me say, why would I say for better or for worse? Sounds like a marriage. Well, these contracts have been in place for some 20-plus years, and in many ways, it is like a marriage. But I say for better or for worse is because these particular contracts are really price-based. They're market or price-based. And the costs for the energy costs for these cooperatives are basically derived from inputs from coal, from natural gas. And again, this is not a cost-based solution. This is a price or market-based solution. And when we talk about market-based solutions, not cost-based solutions, from time to time, there's going to be winners and there are going to be losers. And so from month to month, sometimes we as the supplier or the cooperatives as the customers will fare well, and sometimes not. But let me say that I believe that this contract, for the most part, has been in place for 20 years, has looked like a marriage per se, and I believe that these contracts have broadly served these cooperatives well. Again, it is amazing that these contracts have been in place for over 20 years, having reliable power, backed by real assets, and of course, stable, affordable solutions through this price-based solution that we have in place. Again, they're not cost-based. Essentially, these cooperatives are billed through an algorithm, and this algorithm is populated with the price of natural gas and a coal price. Natural gas, where does that price come? It comes from the public. Pricing indices, very available in the public. Coal pricing is basically calculated, real simply, as the cost that we incur at Clico Cajun to deliver coal to Big Cajun 2 in a given month, divided by the volumes of which were delivered to the plant in a given month. So we take the natural gas price, the coal price, we populate a formula, and that basically establishes the cost for the cooperatives.
Commissioner.
The coal,
Thank you.
and you multiply it times the price to get the price.
No, we take the costs
Of the coal.
to determine the coal price. We take the costs we've incurred to have coal delivered in a given month, and divide it by the volumes that were delivered in a given month.
And get the price per ton, price per whatever, yeah.
Right.
Okay, I got it.
Okay? With this algorithm, though, coal is really the key contributor, because 80 to 85% of the energy cost is tied to the price of coal. And again, I think being tied to coal has served the cooperatives well. Case in point, in 2022, we talked earlier about the prices of natural gas going from $7 to $9 an MMBTU. Remember, this is the aftermath of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we saw a huge movement in energy costs really across the nation. So the investor-owned utilities, I manage one of them, were well aware in Louisiana of the costs of natural gas to our customers. And by the way, this was a national issue. Every power supply or energy supply was dealing with high-cost commodities. But with respect to these Louisiana cooperatives, their costs remained very stable because they were tied to this relatively stable price of coal. And of course, the generation fleet to keep them reliable. So this same coal-based algorithm that's not working well for them today is what mitigated really all of their exposure to the rising prices of natural gas back in 2022. So again, I'll reiterate, I think it served them well for the past 20 years, particularly in 2022. At issue here, I believe, is the recent force majeure event incurred by our coal transporters, whereby with this summer and fall drought that our nation experienced, it brought about low Mississippi River levels, which impacted our coal transporters' ability to deliver coal. Look, this shouldn't be a surprise about whether there was a low Mississippi River. There's public information you can read. You can read about water levels pretty much anywhere you want to in the Mississippi River. But we all are aware of what was going on in New Orleans. In fact, that same low Mississippi River level was causing basically saltwater intrusion to jeopardize clean water supply to New Orleans. So this was not a surprise that we had problems. So what happened is that when you look at the cost of coal, we incurred costs versus relatively lower volumes as a result of the inability to deliver much coal because of the force majeure event. So when we establish our pricing based on the cost over the volumes, and to be really clear, Cleco-Cajun build these cooperatives in accordance with the contract. First of all, we're bound to do so. Secondly, this is not the first force majeure situation that we've incurred since we've served the co-op since 2019. We actually dealt with this in 2020, where we again experienced low Mississippi water levels such that no coal was actually delivered in a couple of months in 2020. So I'm trying to populate a formula to populate an algorithm to build these customers, but you can imagine with no volumes for coal, it made pricing impossible to calculate. So we had a glitch in our contract. So in 2020, we, as Cleco-Cajun, offered solutions to the cooperatives. And the solution at that time was to offer them an average, whereby we couldn't calculate the coal price to determine the cost for their monthly energy. Rather, we said, look, we'll take the average inventory of the coal and use that as the coal price to populate the cost. Because, of course, we hadn't received no coal. We thought that was a good solution to remedy the problem then, and for then when we had low river issues, and for any future low Mississippi River issues. To our surprise, back in 2020, basically the cooperatives rejected our means to calculate coal pricing under this force majeure event. They paid the bill under protest and notified us clearly that failure to bill these cooperatives in accordance with the contract is a breach of the contract. And we were notified to specifically bill in accordance with the contract. We serve multiple co-ops, but we receive most of the time, identical letters from the co-ops, because they have the same legal counsel. But I'll read exactly the language that what we were directed to do with respect to the 2020 low river level and the force majeure. Despite the clear language of the PSSA, that's the contract, seller, that's us, has chosen to provide an invoice with a calculation for the coal price that is not in conformance with the current coal price in the contract, and therefore breached the contract, and thus is in default. I'll go on. There was plenty of legal language, but basically we were instructed very clearly. Any invoices billed beyond April and May 2020, which were the force majeure months in 2020, shall be calculated in accordance with the PSA. In other words, bill us in accordance with the contract. So this shouldn't be really relevant to the discussion. This is a 2020 event. But in this recent case, Clico Cajun did have volumes. So in 2020, we had no volumes, but we understood really clearly, if you're going to hold us in breach, we will deliver volumes, for better or for worse. But it points out that as recent as 2020, keep saying 2020, we offered resolutions to remedy this force majeure or low river volumes early on, and it was rejected. So Clico's only remedy to bill the contracts and remain out of breach is to have coal delivered so that we in turn can bill the cooperatives. And so in 2023, that's exactly what we did. So I'm the CEO of a utility serving 300,000 customers, and I and the company understand the cost consequence on customers. We're not immune to that. And we've had to deal with high costs ourselves for short periods of time, like 1 to 3 months, like the co-ops we're experiencing here. And so there are known short-term issues. And Clico Cajun basically explained early on that this was a short-term issue. And the remedy that investor-owned utilities, Clico, Entergy, others would use is just to spread those costs out over a number of months, something that we all use in Louisiana. So when the coal price event occurred, I think Clico Cajun did the right thing. We actually offered these cooperatives to use our own balance sheet at no cost to spread these costs out over several months in order to mitigate the immediate cost consequence of these high coal prices. I want to say that again. We offered to do this for free. We are baffled because the co-ops did not accept our offer, and many of the co-ops proceeded not to spread their costs out over subsequent months. And I think in many ways that's why we're here. The cooperatives chose to take this issue public and basically blame Clico Cajun for the high costs for many of the same cooperatives who didn't spread their costs out. And then ultimately we're here with you today before the Public Service Commission. Within the contract, there are remedies to resolve these disputes. But rather than use these remedies, they've chosen to blame us publicly, and we're here today. The cooperatives, I read the trade rags, I read Commissioner, the point could be banner. And you know, the statements are that Clico Cajun could have done things differently. I've heard it from one of the Beauregard customers. We could have done things differently. I think in reality is what they're saying is we could have reduced their bill. We could have essentially given them money. I'll say that at Clico, we're going to honor our obligations. And I'll say that these contracts have not always been lucrative for the company. In fact, as recently as January of 2024, remember the recent winter storm? I'll say that we lost $10 million in a couple of days. And so, making matters worse, I can tell you in 2022, when we were utilizing natural gas-based energy to serve contracts at coal prices. Let me tell you, there were tens of millions of dollars lost throughout those months. Yet, did Clico Cajun go to the cooperatives and say, hey, can we raise our bill? We lost a lot of money. Can we pass through more costs? No. We wouldn't, we shouldn't, and we didn't. So in summary, I'd say that we wouldn't expect the cooperatives to ask us for any money either. We'd expect them to use the same tools that we would use as an investor-owned utility. So I'll state it again, as the CEO of the company, we're going to understand and we're going to honor any obligations under these contracts. There are remedies under the contract which the cooperatives may take to determine if we indeed did bill them incorrectly. If a court or any jurisdiction otherwise that we did something improper or didn't bill correct, we will backstop our mistakes. But I'll say this, I knew I was coming to this meeting, and certainly we've seen the public pressure over our billing, and know that I've hired internal and external auditors to review our method of billing and including our practices of operation. And I'll just be clear, our findings show that we abided by and billed the cooperatives consistent with the contract and consistent with the understanding of what the cooperatives told us in 2020 to ensure we had to deliver coal in order to remain out of breach of the contract. So in summary, I'd say we did everything we were supposed to, including offering a resolution to support Louisiana's rural customers. They were rejected. We've honored our obligation, and I think that's what you would expect from CLECO.
Thank you, Bill. And Commissioner Ray?
Thank you. I have a series of questions. I'm just going to ask them all, and then you can answer them. It's my understanding that you won't tell the co-ops how much coal you received in question, and if so, why not? Will you tell us? Isn't it also true that this information will become publicly available in the next few weeks through the EIA available data?
So the answer,
Go ahead.
question?
No, if you can answer.
Okay, the answer to the last question is no. And Jeremy, you want to give us a perspective on the process for providing information?
Yes, I'll grab that one, Commissioner Green. So there is a process under the co-op PSSAs. We've got confidentiality agreements up and down our supply chain that prevent us from disclosing that information. There is a process whereby we can get that with back-to-back confidentiality agreements or things of that nature. To date, we have not had any of those processes initiated. However, to ease the co-op's concerns, what we have done is we've engaged PricewaterhouseCoopers. That audit engagement will be signed this week, where they come in, they audit top to bottom to look at our practices and give an independent attestation concerning what we did. It speeds the process up. We don't have to negotiate with third parties to put agreements in place. PricewaterhouseCoopers already does transmission audits under the co-op PSSAs, so it's a known quantity, a known process.
So,
now, the EIA piece I'll also address. I think we need to read closely what the EIA reports. The EIA does not report deliveries to Big Cajun 2. The EIA reports deliveries from the mine to our initial transport provider in our supply chain. Those numbers many times do not match. So to rely on and say that the amount of coal delivered by an EIA report is going to match what hits our docks is not a correct look at how those numbers are.
It smells like a fear of transparency, though.
It's not a fear of transparency. We're perfectly fine working with them under the contracts. If those dispute resolution processes are invoked and requested, we'll work with our suppliers, we'll work with the co-ops to put the necessary agreements in place and be as transparent as we can with all of that
Okay.
information.
I guess we'll see how that plays out. My understanding is that the force majeure came from the barge company saying it wasn't safe to ship the coal down the river, and yet we received coal each month. How did that occur?
So we received a notice from the coal barge company. We investigated that. We take our force majeure seriously. We had weekly phone calls.
I'm
with
sorry,
that.
Jeremy, I hate to interrupt you, but can you speak a little closer into the microphone?
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you.
So we received that notice from our coal barge company. We were able to secure supplies to be delivered. We had higher supplies delivered during the force majeure as things, you get a higher uptick at the dock, you can ship coal. We had weekly phone calls with that coal shipper. We traveled all the way to their terminal to take a look at what the river levels were in order to satisfy our obligations under the contract to make sure that that force majeure was.
Let me interrupt you. It sounded like you said the price was higher, so we ordered more. Is that accurate?
That's not it at all.
Okay.
So
Can you
it's
clarify?
$1 per MMBTU is how that cost of coal is processed. We want to get our coal shipped. We have got contracts with our coal supplier, barge, rail, terminal. We want to have that coal shipped because
so,
we have those obligations.
Will the Price Waterhouse analysis reveal how much coal was shipped on what type of barge and for what cost? Because it sounds like if the river's low, you can't ship as much in as big of a shipping cargo, so you have to go with multiple smaller ones. I understand that may cost more money. We're just going to find out how much more relative to how much y'all actually charge people. Is that accurate?
Well, I'll answer. So,
You mentioned a formula. It seems like this is a formula.
Yeah.
This is the cost, and this.
Absolutely. But as far as, our transporters and shippers, so think about it. We have a mine. They basically mine the coal. They put it on a rail. It shows up at a transloading facility. They take the transloading, they put it on a barge, and ultimately it's going to show up at our docks. It may be fleeted. There's a lot of movement. That's their business. But that's really the process. So basically, once they got that product to the transloading facility, they could transload, but they couldn't move it. So the force majeure excuses their performance. They have an obligation for so many barges and so many tons a month, and the force majeure event excused their performance. But they still have best efforts requirements to mitigate.
Just because you could. And I'm not, you can answer that now if you'd like to, or my main question is, will the Price Waterhouse analysis reveal that?
It will basically analyze how we build and the validity of the building and the process to establish the build.
That's a vague answer for a simple
Let me try
question.
to answer, give you what you're looking for. That's what you will get out of it. The pass-through, you're asking what we incurred, what costs we incurred versus what we build. That's just a matter of time before we understand the consequence of that. So we get more or less volumes, okay? And in the force majeure event, we got less volumes. But we have an obligation, we have a contract, and we have our own obligation to take coal. So while today I'm dealing with no coal, trying to establish a price for a customer and run my business, tomorrow and then in the coming months, I'm going to get coal, probably $20+ million worth of coal that I've got to deal with. And it's going to have a huge cost consequence. So will we incur costs of which we can't bill for? Absolutely. How we mitigate that, it remains to be seen as to when we get them and what markets will allow us to recoup those costs.
And I guess the real answer to my questions will come out in the court proceedings. Is that right?
And
in the protests process.
if that's what they choose to do, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Lewis?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Fontenot, for responding to the letter that me and Commissioner Green sent you. I want to just characterize why I asked for this discussion. I mean, when we have these conversations between the wholesale contract and the co-ops, as you know, I deeply care about the people. And we saw significant bill increases among co-op customers between those months. I mean, where people are making hard choices in their lives about it. And so while I am here just to get answers and not do, I want to set the stage of why this conversation is important, that this is not simply just, I think, well, there is a contractual question between the co-ops and you all, but there's a human effect that I want to make sure is centered here in this meeting of people who saw a $75 to $50 increase just on their fuel adjustment clause, not talking about any other additional causes because of the cost of or the consumption of energy. And so that is why I was interested in just trying to understand what happened. Me and Commissioner Green were both at the Point Capia Electric annual meeting, and this was a topic among citizens. And so I said it was my obligation as a commissioner to come back and ask these questions. And so I'm just going to have some questions just to kind of figure it out. So when was the force majeure declared? Just in timeline perspective.
It was early September.
Early September. And when did you notify your wholesale customers about this?
I'd have to take a look back through and see when that got notified, because there were meetings that occurred before any formal communication.
Okay. And so I'm clear.
Commissioner, if I can
please go
jump
ahead,
in
Mr.
on this, I think that the primary issues that we saw in the billings that were going to go to the co-ops were in the delivery month of October, operation month of November, bills presented to the co-ops in early December. Typically, the co-ops then would pass that on to their customers in January. And the way we've seen it is that there is roughly a 3-cent uptick in their fuel. We all got different nomenclature, but in their fuel adjustment clause for the months of October and November. I think it's a little different for Point Capia. I think they bill more rapidly. So they may have seen a 3-cent uptick in what hit their customers in December and January, and others saw it in January and February.
Okay, thank you. And who decides how much coal is delivered in those months? Is that a standardized process? How do you evaluate that?
It would be a standardized process under the normal course, but when there's a force majeure issue like there is, and I actually have several of the articles about the level of water in St. Louis, about all types of shipping issues up and down the Mississippi, then it's an achievability issue.
Okay.
So let me put a little color. So
please.
Natural gas, of course, you procure certainly by the month, oftentimes by the day. When we're looking at solid fuel like coal, we put contracts in place for deliveries some year, usually at least 2 years in earlier. So we establish a ratable supply of coal, and to the extent that waterways are open and there are no issues, those volumes are pretty much delivered. So we don't get involved in I want 10 this month and 20 next month. It's a ratable expectation from the providers.
And thank you. That's actually a good, kind of leads me to another question that I had when I was looking at this issue and kind of studying and looking at the EIA plant level report. So if that is the case, could you not, or why could you not get more barges or tows delivered in a month to make up quantities if the barge could not be loaded heavier? Basically what I'm trying to see is, could there have been some other items taken to ensure the cost impact that would hit the ratepayers, which is my primary concern, thank you, could be limited. And so I'm trying to see what other creative solutions, other than just kind of, as you described, is on the table. If they're not on the table, then what so?
So Commissioner Lewis, I don't run the fuel desk. I can just say that we try to get volumes to the dock and unload them because that basically would be the mitigant to a cooperative customer's cost. The more volumes I can bring in, that lower that cost per MMBTU are going to be. So, that would be, whatever our suppliers come up with, whatever their issues are. And by the way, we have issues from time to time. Things break. We have problems from time to time when we deal with these logistical providers. But the bottom line is, bring us the coal, deliver the coal, and we work through it. But our guidance, bring it to the dock.
Thank you. And so last one, this one, before I go to a few questions on the 2020 situation. So this was not a matter of not having sufficient coal on the ground to run the units, or was there an issue where you still needed additional coal? Because you see where I'm trying to.
We weren't running out of coal at the facility, no.
Okay, so
There's still inventory out there.
There's still inventory out there. So would that, knowing what we knew about the force majeure, could there be an evaluation to not send coal down to rectify what would be a complete shock increase? I'm just trying to see if you had to, knowing that you had stockpile, if it was necessary to still send coal down.
And I think there's two pieces to think through there, Commissioner Lewis. I will say that the generation is disconnected from the way pricing goes through in the contract. So I would say, looking into how we operate our plants or how we do that in relation to the pricing mechanism and the commitments under the PSSAs is disconnected. When you look at what we contract with our particular providers, as is consistent with most coal contracts, you've got take-or-pay provisions, you've got different pieces there. So I would say we have to comply not only with our contracts to supply, but we've got to also comply with our contracts through our supply chain also.
Thank you.
When those things happen.
And so I'm going to come back to some questions for the co-ops, but I just kind of want to make sure I'm understanding this 2020 situation correctly. And I want to thank Mr. Klinghammer for coming and meet with me, providing those letters that you talked about, Mr. Fontenot. So I did see him, and I'll have some questions for the co-ops on those. But the way we were looking at the CCP calculation and the way that I read the letters and the understanding of the issue, and I want to make sure I'm correct, is that in 2020, you had no coal delivered, correct?
In those 2 months.
In those 2 months, yes.
Correct.
And so, looking at the equation, would that not require putting a zero in the amount of coal delivered?
That's not the way it would work. The denominator in that particular formula would become zero. So you can't divide by zero, so it becomes an impossibility.
So it would become an undefined value.
Correct.
But if we followed the equation as listed in the contract, that would have been the solution, would have been a zero payment from the co-ops,
Oh,
correct?
it'd be infinity.
No, it'd be
It
infinity.
would be infinity.
It would be through the roof.
Through the roof, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Not zero.
So that's what I'm trying to see, because I hear that comparison, and I'm going to ask them about it, but I wanted to make sure I understood it perfectly in what. And so, and I know you're going to end up going into probably some type of either legal remedy, so I'm not going to ask any questions about that, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand it before we talk to the co-op. So when did you make your offer, some of the offers that you talked about, Mr. Fontenot, to the co-ops?
The date that we offered to the 4-month interest-free,
Yes,
that was in early 2024.
early 24, so we would say January.
January, February 24.
And so were there any other conditions put on that offer that the co-ops would have to consider?
Correct. They would have to withdraw their notice of opposition.
Their notice of opposition?
Yeah, or their payment under protest.
Payment under protest for both months, okay. Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question. The inventory at the plant, do you keep it the same? You maintain a certain inventory of coal at the plant?
Yes, we always have several months on the pile in support of reliability of the units.
So in this case, you just got to get more barges down to maintain that steady supply of coal inventory?
So in this case, there's inventory on the pile today. We're a little short inventory because we've had several months where we didn't receive the volume anticipated, but it's coming.
Okay, so your inventory is dropped.
So now, so in time, I'm going to deal, I went from not getting enough inventory to now I've got too much inventory.
All right. Who did you offer to spread out their costs without any extra interest on it? Who turned down that offer from the co-op?
My understanding in looking at the letters is everything went out to the attorneys and co-op GMs.
Okay, so the attorneys for the co-ops called back and said, we're not interested in you spreading.
I don't think we heard back from any of the attorneys directly. I think the GMs did mainly, but I'd have to check it.
If you didn't hear
Commissioner
back, that
Francis
means
to
they
check and
weren't
see.
interested in your offer. Yeah. So y'all offered the interest costs on that money to finance it for them over time, really. So, okay. I didn't know that. That's good for you guys.
So Commissioner Lewis, you asked, I mean, there's a human issue here. And so Commissioner Francis, that's exactly what we were trying to do, understanding that there would be a cost consequence. Putting this bill on customers might be a 3-cent increase, hurt a lot of customers, whereas if you spread it out over 6 months, maybe that's a half a penny increase. So it just becomes a much more palatable solution for customers.
It's still a cost to you if you offered that. So.
Mr. Fun, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't.
Okay, wait. Okay.
Jump in real quick. Just on that point, real quick, I just want to make sure I'm following. Was the cost of coal the only increase, or was it also the delivery cost in that period?
The costs are per contract. The dollars per MMBTU per the calculation is what changed.
That's what, okay, that is what changed.
Which is driven by, I mean, their costs, but of course, the volumes are in the denominator. So as those increase, Commissioner, of course, so does the cost of coal.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, if I can, I just wanted to go through what I handed out, which are just articles pulled off of the internet, Waterways Journal in front. I'm not a subscriber typically, but Waterways Journal says that in St. Louis in December, the 6th lowest river level on record, which the records go back to 1860, and it was the lowest since 1989. One of the other articles is from NPR. It points out the fact that the trip from St. Louis to New Orleans typically went from 5 days to 9 days, that when you lashed barges together, you could typically lash about half as many barges together, and when they were filled, this is not just coal, this is all shipping, in many cases they were filled at lower levels. So if you do half and half and half, you might be getting 15–16% of river traffic coming up and down. There are also articles in there by PBS, CNN, USA Today, all identifying the force majeure issues. These are types of questions that we receive from the co-ops is, tell me that there was a force majeure. It is unequivocal that these issues affected transport up and down the river.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, when it's appropriate, I would like to hear from the co-ops.
All righty. Okay, Mr. Scamato, you have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
Can I have the microphone?
Oh, well.
Okay.
You're doing a good job on that. So.
There you go. You should
Not
be able to-
yet. Now it's on. There we go. I guess Mr. Kleehammer can answer this. So just to clarify this myriad of what's it, who's it, what's it. The contract that we're talking about exists, this particular issue with the sort of complaint between the co-ops and you, right? this exists over a contract of service on power and the fuel component of the contract, right? But this particular contract, it's my understanding under previous issues that the co-ops have actually held you to this contract to their advantage under this same contract where they gain value under this contract. Is that correct?
Well, I think they naturally achieved that value in 2022. They naturally achieved that 3 weeks ago with the cold spell that we've had. And I can say that when we, in 2020, had an impossibility of calculating a bill because the denominator is 0, when we proposed an alternative, it was not accepted or rejected by all of the co-ops.
Okay, so in other words, that the two parties to the contract have both had moments in which they have had both advantage and disadvantage, and each party on the opposite side of that equation took advantage of those moments. I mean, you had to use your time on your issue, and when they had an opportunity to take advantage, they took advantage, and they call that the parties to the contract living up to their obligations within the contract. I think you would probably agree to that.
Yes.
So sometimes the contract works for you, and sometimes the contract works against you. It's the life under the pendulum, okay? Now, you talk about this issue of the barges. It's not uncommon in the Mississippi River traffic. We've had issues before when they weren't properly dredging the Mississippi River, particularly in the Port of New Orleans, when they were having to half-load vessels coming up the river, and the increase in freight costs associated with container freight went well up on freight because they were having to light load, because the plimsoll marks were having to come 7, 8 feet further up on ships because light loading was the only way to go. So it's the same way with barge traffic, that they have to light load the barges, otherwise they can't do it. So instead of 1 barge, it might have to be on 3 barges or 4 barges. So it affects the overall, allocation of freight per square feet or square meter of deck. So it's the issue associated with that, right? It's pretty much an accurate
Sure.
assessment of that. So, we have this issue that this is a contract between the parties, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to state something that's probably pretty obvious, which is this is a civil contract between the parties which the commission has no jurisdiction over. Now, I'm absolutely glad to have the forum to discuss the issue between you two, or between all the parties. But ultimately, when you enter into a contract, everybody goes with, clear, open eyes. Everybody has lawyers. Everybody goes through the process of vetting the contract, and it is what it is. Now, you didn't engage into the force majeure. You established the fact that the freight company invoked force majeure under the contract you had with them, and there, let me guess, there's an element in your contract that says if force majeure is invoked, this is what happens. Is that an accurate assessment?
Well, Jeremy can take this, but I think the issue is that the contract stands exactly as it is. All of the calculations work, and that's exactly what we lived up to.
Right.
We just have a change coming from a provider.
Right, so the force majeure element is largely irrelevant. Is that accurate? Okay, verbal versus head nods. Because you don't hear a nod.
Yes.
And you can't quantify it. So, yeah, so the force majeure is good for discussion purposes, and it's good to understand the issues associated with river traffic, and I get to dust off my maritime master's degree, and we could talk about light loading, and we could do all that nine stuff. But really, what we're talking about is a contract between the parties with fairly, if not implicitly, legal obligations between the parties. And legal obligations, my favorite part of my living off on obligations treatise is things you do and things you don't do, right? And ultimately, you have an obligation to do, but if you can't do it, and you can't do it because of nature's, the force majeure, act of God, if you're not from Louisiana, and you have to component of this, then you got to go prove that to a judge or a jury in the correct forum. And I think that the same thing goes for the co-ops. If they feel that they have a legal component in this contract that obfuscates what you're trying to say, they've got the opportunity to go to the correct legal forum and bring this matter before the appropriate finder of fact. Certainly, we've been up here doing the greatest deposition in the history of mankind, but we're not going to get to an answer with this. Now, I think that what we have done is given great concept to the idea of a solution of resolution by, rolling the dice, spreading the cost, mitigating it over time, a variety of things. But I'm not one to see that this is a commission issue, because I do think that, parties enter into contracts, they don't do it willy-nilly, they do it reluctantly, they do it with thought, and they do it in a sense that everything they have to do is critical. And I know these co-ops hire lawyers. I know you got lawyers working for you, Bill. You got more lawyers than Carter's got little pills. So, my point is that while this is an interesting discussion of force majeure, while this is an interesting discussion of river traffic and how you move traffic down a river and what light loading is and how you move coal and how you get it there, the complexity of the intricacies of the contract that these co-ops have entered into with you is best suited for a different forum than the Public Service Commission. Now, if you want to cut a deal and the co-ops want to enter into a resolution where you're going to spread costs and you're going to agree to it and you're going to do that, and we want to come to the commission and say, we want to spread these costs and we want to do this in a meaningful way, and I'm all for that. But I'm not going to strong-arm somebody into something just simply because we're going to try and look at a contract of which we've got no jurisdiction over to say, oh, but we're going to make it look like we got jurisdiction over, because that, I think then we get outside of our parameters and we go way outside of our lane. But I also really want to just finish up by coming back to the point that this contract has served the interests of both parties, just at different times. So, when it worked for, the co-ops, then it worked for the co-ops. And if it works for the company now, it works for the company. It's the sauce for the goose, it's sauce for the gander. And so sometimes, you're on one side of it, sometimes you're on the other, and it's just one of those things. But again, while I appreciate all this, it's not the right forum for me. But I think it is the right forum if the parties want to go and come to a resolution and come to us to approve a settlement on how to maintain and manage the sort of equitable solution that benefits the ratepayers and allows the company to survive and make a legitimate decision that lets the co-ops manage the impact and lets the company manage the impact. For me, that's the only reason you should be here today. So anyway, thank you.
During this time period, were you ever in danger of running out of coal at the plant?
No, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all coming.
Thank you.
You want a co-op? Okay. Got a co-op lawyer in the room?
Oh, They got stacks up.
Somebody want to speak for in defense of the co-ops? Oh, man, we got a bunch of them.
Is the only thing left the approval of the commissioner's vote at Southwest Power Pool and then the executive?
Well, there's one discussion related to French settlement water, unless that's,
Is French settlement water, French settlement, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yes,
Is the
yes, sir.
mayor here?
yes, I heard a yes.
great.
Okay.
Okay, I just don't know if he's here or not, that's all.
That, and then one ratification in the executive session.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, guys. Kara Cantro. We have a bunch of folks on behalf of, well, I'll let you know.
Jeff Davis Electric Co-op, CEO Mike Hines.
I've been sitting all day, Commissioner Pine. Glenn Edwards, on behalf of Slimco, and I'm accompanied by Catherine Domingue, who is the CEO of Slimco.
Okay, wait, guys, if you're gonna speak, we're gonna need to use a microphone.
The microphone.
Yeah, they do move, so you guys are good.
So Glenn Edwards on behalf of Slimco, and I am accompanied today by our CEO, Catherine Domingue.
Myron Lambert on behalf of PC Electric, and I have Ms. Jennifer Vosberg, counsel for PC Electric. Aye.
I do want to start with a few clarifications that, just by listening to some of the conversations that Clico was up here, and I think, Commissioner Francis, something that you said you weren't aware of, that mitigation offer that was put up. From a timing perspective, the co-ops received these bills, the first round of these increase in bills, December 8th. At least for a group of the co-ops, payment under protest was received then to Clico December 21st. There was no offer for mitigation at any chance, at any time.
Really?
Until January 17th, when there was going to be a second round of increased bills. And only at that time, when the second round came in, it was like, hey, we'll spread this over 4 months, as Fontenot said on their spreadsheet, and only if then you give up your payment under protest. So there was nothing on the front end. We were given a short email with barely any explanation as to the increase, and then, here, pay it, or you be in breach of your contract. So yes, we paid it, and we paid it under protest. Questioning the procurement of the coal and questioning what happened. And I'll be really short, and I'll pass it on. In 2020, Cajun unilaterally created a new formula in the back of that contract in equating that CCP, in which we also paid that under protest. They came to us saying, this is how we're going to bill you. There was no discussion. It was a unilateral decision by them. So yes, we paid under protest for those 2 months, and those are still outstanding. And then in 2023, now, Cajun doesn't want to entertain any type of alternative pricing mechanism. So yes, there is a little rub there, and we are. It's pending litigation. We're going through the mediation. We're going through our process and our contract. And the other thing, we throw around 3 cents, like, oh, it's just 3 cents. 3 cents is on 1,000 kilowatt hours for one of our customers, $35. It's not 3 cents, like 3 pennies you find on the ground. It's a lot of money, and I think that also should resonate with you all. Mike Heinen, if you want to say anything else.
No, in fact, 3 cents, when you talk about it, I came up here after the hurricane, asked for 10 meals to help me with all the expenses, and it went down to 8 meals after the staff and everyone looked at it. When you're talking about 3 cents, that's 300 meals. So we're talking about the biggest increase to our members that I've ever seen since I've been working at the co-op. So it's not just 3 cents. It's major to our members and what they had to pay. Along with, but the other thing that happened in 2020, the force majeure was not because of low water levels. It's because of high water levels. They couldn't get the barges under the loading dock to load it, so it had nothing to do with low water levels. It had everything to do with high water levels, because 2020 is when all the damn hurricanes hit. And the water levels were too high for them to load the barges. So when they came to putting coal on the ground, as the contract says you must do, they couldn't put coal on the ground. So when they went through the calculations, they all of a sudden figured out, hey, this is incalculable because there's no way you can pay or divide by zeros. And in my opinion, I said, yes, you can, 0, 0. So we owe you nothing because you didn't put coal on the ground. And that's when the weighted average came in. And that's why I paid under protest, because I still think it should be 0. And that's why I'm not giving it up of paying under protest, because I still think it should be 0 if you're going to follow the contract. They didn't put any coal on the ground in 2020. We shouldn't have to pay any fuel costs for that time. In 2022, again, my opinion, they want to put coal on the ground to follow the contract so we wouldn't go through this pay under protest, and we didn't follow the contract according to the law. All the audits are going to show is that they calculated it correctly. It's not going to say if it was force majeure, if they had coal on the ground and they didn't really need coal, if they were burning the plants and didn't have to burn the plants. That's not what the auditor is going to say, because that's not what the audit in the contract says you should do. The audit in the contract says you do, you look at these calculations under the formulas. Did they do them right? And yes, they did them right because they put a smidgen of coal on the ground, because they knew if they didn't, we'd have the same fight as we had in 2020. So they put a small amount of coal on the ground. Again, this is my opinion. I can't verify this as I'm sitting here. But they put a small bit of coal on the ground so they can do all their fixed costs on that average of the coal that they brought. All they needed to do was get coal on the ground so they can make this calculation work. So that's what they did. Put a small amount, and it went up from 4 cents for fuel to 7 cents for fuel in 1 month. And you got a notice a week before, 2 weeks before, whatever it was, and I actually found out before the bills went out. Then all of a sudden they came up, well, we'll spread it over 4 months, but we give you these conditions to do it. You have to
When
drop
did-
all these things.
When was this contract signed? 20 years ago?
1999.
And did the Public Service Commission approve your contract?
Yes, sir,
So they
they
saw it and they approved it.
Well, they locked us in the room and said, you either approve it or nobody gets to go to the bathroom. That's pretty much what they said.
So
That
we
was-
voted on that? Public
Yep.
Service Commission voted to approve that contract.
Yes,
So we're in the middle of the negotiations, the complaints then, right?
sir.
So we're right in the middle of all of the negotiations and complaint.
It was unforeseen. It was a very fast contract.
That was one of the
because
things I was
Cajun-
wondering if,
Cajun was running out of money because they were in bankruptcy and
'cause a
they
lot
had
of
no more money left, and then that's when.
some of
Judge
those old
Carter's
board
overlocked
members
us
would
in the
tell
room.
me, look, we're running this co-op, we're the ones signing each contract, y'all get out of the way. But we're right in the middle of this, is that right, Commissioners? Legally?
Towards the tail end of it, just to clarify, Kara Cantor on behalf of WST, Claiborne, Beauregard, Sleeka, and Jeff Davis. And I know, Glenn, you wanted to say something.
Okay, Commissioner Scametta.
And I guess any of the attorneys can answer this question for me.
I don't think his mic is on. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, the question I have, in the contract, is there a forum clause? Is there a jurisdiction clause? I mean, is there any element of that in the contract?
It's a state of Louisiana, Commissioner, and to your point, Commissioner, this contract is the contract that came out of the Cajun
Well, that's not answering
Electric
my
bankruptcy.
question. So it's a standard state
state
of
courts,
Louisiana,
yes.
state court system?
In a proper venue.
Okay,
Proper venue
is between.
in the state of
So it could
Louisiana.
be either, I mean, you've got multiple
It could
parties.
be where Clico is, where we
It could be
are.
Pineville, it could be where you are, whatever, okay.
But-
So my point is, and while I appreciate what y'all are going through, y'all are trying to get through find a way to settle this issue with the commission's help. I mean, you're not asking the commission to make a decision on this, because if you've got a contract, we can't impede on the contract.
We are not here and I'm here speaking on behalf of Slimco.
Sure,
We are
okay.
not here today. We are here in response to the commission's request that we come
Okay.
to the table and discuss this issue.
Oh, so we're here for the discussion purposes?
For the discussion purposes,
Okay.
I recognize the jurisdiction issues, and I don't, as a lawyer, I don't disagree with you. You
No,
know,
I
this-
get it.
This
I
will
get it.
ultimately be decided through the alternate dispute resolution provisions of the contract and perhaps ultimately a court.
Do you
But-
have, does the contract have mandatory or binding arbitration elements, or does it go to strictly up through the civil litigation?
It
It
depends
depends.
on
Most
the-
of them have binding
I love
arbitration.
it.
Most
Tell
of
me
them
what it
have binding
depends
ar-
on.
There's 3 form contracts that existing right now for the cooperatives, Form A, Form B, Form C. We're dealing right now with Form A and Form C contracts. The Form C contracts have a short kind of mediation where you talk, and then they need to go to court, where the Form As have this internal mediation, external mediation, and then binding arbitration.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Of all the co-ops, are there co-ops that are going to be forced into binding arbitration?
Yes, the
Okay,
Form
which
As.
one go to
All of
that?
the ones up here besides Claiborne and WST.
Okay, who gets to go to district court?
WST and Claiborne.
Okay, so WST and Claiborne, on their form, they get to go to district court. The ones up here have to go to binding arbitration.
I mean, I suppose the parties could agree to have.
No, but I
Okay,
mean.
but yes,
they-
in their
yeah.
contract, they are not to go
Right,
to binding
so
arbitration.
binding arbitration is part of their contract, not civil litigation in district court. WST, Claiborne,
And the rest,
civil litigation, district court. Anybody else out there?
there's other co-ops that are not involved in this issue.
Not in this particular issue. Okay, so I'm just trying to get the players and the forums, okay? So,
I just wanted briefly to speak on behalf of Slimco to some of the points that were brought up and the way this issue was framed by Clico. In my view, Commissioner, and referring back to Professor Litvinoff and the obligations classes, and you'll remember all.
He was my professor, dude.
He was mine as well.
Better call Saul, right?
He was mine as well, but in my mind's eye,
this issue for us, this issue is about the good faith performance of contracts. There are contracts and there are obligations that are set forth in this contract. But we don't dispute that this current fuel bill was calculated mathematically correctly by CLECO. That is not the point. But let's bring you back to 2020 and what actually happened. So in 2020, they say it was impossible to calculate a fuel bill. Therefore, we offered the co-ops WACOG pricing and they rejected it, okay? That is not true. Mathematically, 0 divided by a number, 0, the price of delivered coal divided by a number is 0. So mathematically, there's a calculation. It was 0. CLECO took the position, that's not fair. Nobody ever contemplated that 0 would be the fuel bill. Therefore, we proposed WACOG pricing. So they proposed WACOG pricing, and I'm speaking on behalf of SLMCO. I'm not speaking on behalf of any of the other co-ops. When they proposed WACOG pricing to SLMCO, in good faith, we said, you know, that's a fair solution because it's not fair that we paid nothing for coal, and therefore we paid the bill, we accepted their proposal, and we did not pay under protest. So I don't want to be accused of back in 2020 of rejecting their proposal for what they thought was an unanticipated situation that wasn't fairly handled. So let's fast forward now to 2023, okay? 2023, the same mathematic formula, okay, results in coal prices doubling in December. Do they reach out and say, oh, that's not fair, we never anticipated this, we're gonna bill you double, okay? And we're gonna bill you double, and we're gonna notify you that you're gonna be billed double because there's a force majeure that happened 3 months ago and we didn't tell you about it. We told you about it 5 days before you got this bill, okay? So to your point, and to the point they tried to make, Commissioner Scametta, when you know, it could have worked to our advantage, SLMCO, by saying the bill should have been 0. We said, no, we accept your proposal for WACOG pricing, and we paid WACOG pricing, and we didn't protest. Fast forward to 2023, when they get to double bill, because they took a small amount of coal, an amount, by the way, that they won't tell us and they won't disclose to us, to Commissioner, there's a reason they won't, because it was a small amount of coal. You know, we were threatened verbally in the 2020 discussions. Well, if you do this again, we'll pick up a 5-gallon bucket of coal.
Is that, I mean, and look, hang on one second. Are we trying to sidestep legal discovery? Okay, and look, I get it, because look, hey, look, this ain't our first rodeo, right? Are the questions and answers, are the interrogatories we're doing today designed to find the information that you guys want, right? Without having to go through proper legal discovery, depositions, interrogatories, requests for production, whatever you want to do, right? Because you have that open to you through your process of next step, whatever the lawyers are going to carry, right? And you're going to be able to find that information, because if they don't want to give it to you then, a judge or an arbitrator are going to go, right? You're going to get it.
Exactly.
You're going to get it. So now that means that you have to follow a process, okay? That process does not exist for the commission to extend. Now, if you think somebody's trying to hide the peanut, I get it. But at the same time, you've got to go through the exercise that allows for you to make that discovery. But this, you know, and look, you're here at our beck and call, I get it. Well, half of our beck and call. But the point is, you now know what you got to do, right?
Absolutely,
Okay.
and we are prepared to do that, and I'm not here today to ask the commission to force them to give us answers, okay? I'm just, we
can't.
We were, exactly.
Right.
We were asked to be here today to discuss this issue, and in all fairness, they got to tell you their side of the story. Well, to quote Commissioner Campbell, I'm giving you the rest of the story from our perspective. And we, you know, despite being accused of, all the co-ops rejected it, all the co-ops sent them a letter that threatened them, we didn't do that.
Well, I'm a big believer in prejudgment interest, So I'd get filed, I'd get it on, and I'd demand prejudgment interest. And if you think you're gonna win, you win. And if you don't think you're gonna win, well, just reel that sucker in and just figure out a way to settle it. You know what I mean?
Understand that. We simply wanted to, for the record, state our position, our perspective, our view of this. Appreciate the opportunity to do that. Kara already made the point, but I will make the point as well. The offer to spread the cost didn't come for the first invoice. It came for the second invoice,
Well, maybe
okay?
it'll come on the third one.
And it only came with the condition that you give up your rights to assert your position under this contract or what you think we should have done. And it was significant. I mean, for Slimco and Slimco customers, it was almost $6 million one month, and it was over $6 million the next month. We internally spread our costs for our customers over a 12-month period. So when they came with the offer to spread the costs, it doesn't help me. I've already done that, okay? And so, again, I don't want the characterization of us rejecting an offer to come across as if we're being recalcitrant, et cetera.
And I get it, because, at the end, it doesn't mean anything to me, because we don't make a decision on it, and we get to see who's playing what and all the games, but, at the end of the day, your solution lies in a different venue, right? And we get it, but I appreciate the fact that I've gotten to, see the play, but, I would like to move on, since,
Commissioner, can, on behalf of Point Coupee Electric, if we can make a quick statement.
Yeah.
We're here, and if you remember last meeting, there was actually one of our members here who was complaining about the bill that they had received.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
was here part of the energy efficiency. And because, and I think even Cleo mentioned it, because of how our billing cycles are, we did pass through the bills first in December, and we were on Commissioner Campbell's list we were number one highest rates in December, and I believe also in January. The reason we're here is because we've had so many customer complaints, and we've been contacted by our commissioners, both Commissioner Green and Commissioner Lewis' office, because they have had so many complaints, to be able to make sure that we can explain what was going on and with the facts. We did get notice on November 30th. We didn't have any type of pre-meeting. Our bill came in right after, and as they were indicating, the way our billing cycle is, we only have one billing cycle, and it was literally like the week after that we got the bill in. So from a Point Coupee perspective, you got notice, you get the bill the next week, and then the billings go out. And thankfully for us, even though the bills were higher, they were about $30 higher for that month, it was a lower usage month. So while we got complaints, it was not as elevated of an issue as it was the following month.
Right,
So the
and winter's
following-
always harder.
Yeah, so
Right.
the following month, you had a much higher usage. Our bill impact was more 50, and that's where we had significant. And like they said, our bills had already gone out. So when we're communicating back to CLECO, it was like, hey, guys, thanks, but this doesn't help us.
The
But-
board gets cut the closer it gets to the blade. And the more you do this, the longer it takes for it to get to a resolution.
And we've actually been working with CLECO to try to have conversations, and I will echo Slimco. We'll provide copies from the correspondence from 2020.
I would love to see you all expedite this into pushing it closer towards its intended contractual solution mechanism, and then showing us what y'all do.
Yeah, and I think that's part of one of the big issues that we've had. Back in 2020, it was a unilateral change, and I know from Point Coupee's opposition was like, we need to go to, this is a material modification, we believe the commission needs to have jurisdiction over it to look at it. We can't just go change our contract without the commission's involvement. And that's been part of the question here as well.
Again, that's a civil issue at that moment when someone unilaterally changes a contract. It becomes
But
a
it's the
civil violation.
commission's review of the jurisdictional
Well, at that moment,
contract, so
it
we'll have
gave
to
you
look
the
at it.
opportunity right
Yeah.
then and there to go for a default.
All right, well, thank y'all for coming.
All right,
We'll
thank you.
Move on.
Mr. Chairman, really quickly, I just wanted to thank and CLECO and the co-ops for coming, as Ms. Vosberg just mentioned. We had significant complaints, and what I want to end this conversation with is the customer impact. I avoided law school for a reason, and I get that. But these decisions and these contracts, the decisions of the interpretation, the stipulations have real impacts on people. And when it is something that impacts people, I believe the people need to understand and know. And I hope that both of you, co-ops and CLECO and my frame works to a solution so we do not see this. Because when people get a $60, $75 bill right at Christmas, when they are already probably pinching pennies to just give their child a normal day, that's hard. And there were people that made a lot of hard choices because of this interpretation or of this challenge. And so the reason I asked this to be on the agenda, along with Commissioner Green, is because we can't lose sight of that. And that is the most important, because every day that we do, as I said, this commission serves the public. And we have to remember that. And so I hope that throughout the legal process, you all keep that in mind and we find a solution so Louisiana ratepayers doesn't see a significant issue like this ever again. Thank you.
Thanks again. Thanks
Thank
again.
you.
Do you have a trade settlement mayor here?
Yeah, then it's the next item. They gotta read it.
Yes, sir, it's the next
Okay.
item. Yeah, and so, perfect, thank you, guys.
Yeah, you
So
can
the-
stay.
Next
The
item,
next
please.
item is discussion with Southwest Water Company regarding water issues in and around the Village of French Settlement. And if the mayor would like to come on up, he is welcome to.
He can start. He can express what's going on first.
Yeah, and Mr. Idell, if you'd like to start, I'm not sure which one is Mr. Idell, but if you guys would like to just start and explain the issue, and then
Yeah.
Southwest Water Company.
Yeah, if you want to introduce yourself, Mr. Mayor, and say what's going on, and then we'll get the company up to work and express what's going
Also
on.
signed a yellow card, please, but you can do it after the fact, it doesn't need to be done right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, interesting solution plan for this, which is.
All right.
You ever heard of an ice pig?
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today about some issues with our water supply in the Village of French Settlement and surrounding areas. I'm Jeremy Idell. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem locally. I typically don't like to read, but in focus of time here, I want to just be short and sweet. We've had these issues going on for multiple years through multiple water companies, and had it just been recently, we would have worked it out outside of this arena. But our constituents are tired of hearing elected officials, with promises that are undelivered. I have some specific ask of Southwest French Settlement Water today. And before I do that, I want to give a short history of kind of this journey. We used to have a very small local water company with boots on the ground that would help facilitate problems, customer service, what have you. They sold to Baton Rouge Water. Without getting into the Baton Rouge water issues, they sold to Southwest Water, which is now our supplier. The biggest issue that we're having
You can pull the
is,
microphone closer to yourself if it's easier for you.
okay. The biggest issue we're having is, you refer to the customers. The customers aren't getting their problems resolved, and the complaints regarding the water quality. These complaints are coming into our very small municipality with just a clerk, and it's overburdensome. And, we need someone on the ground that's addressing these issues. Speaking generally regarding the complaints that we receive, the water is very brown. It has an odor. It ruins appliances, what have you. Water pressure. Also complaints at our local town hall of customers being overcharged and not getting resolutions. Again, they may not be overcharged, but we have no way locally to verify that. Speaking specifically, we have multiple businesses in the area that have to shut down because of these water issues, so it's causing an economic impact on our community, loss of tax revenue, loss of people locally who have the ability to work. It's affecting our school system. Talked to both principals at the high school and elementary school, And we all know that our kids are very, very important in having quality water. And, you know, our local grocery stores, they're having to shut down their deli on a consistent basis, which is very profitable because of this water issue. We have a lot of elderly residents local that, you know, can't afford a well, they're on fixed income. So I guess I'll be short and sweet with my proposed resolution is very simple. There's three things that we want from the water company. We don't blame them for the past water company shortfalls, but what we need, two specifically from them, and one, the reason I'm here is permission for the third, is someone locally with a landline or, you know, office that can address these issues. That's currently a hotline that's called frequently, and no resolution is being obtained. Secondly, we want, and I know there's agreement here that Southwest will be having monthly communication at our meetings, which I'm very happy to talk about the capital improvements that they're going to be doing, so I can effectively be, you know, a supporter of them and communicate effectively to them, to my constituents, the improvements that are going on to help them solve the problems. And third, I know in the sale process, they retained the name French Settlement Water as a division of Southwest. We would like at the village for, and I know that they would like for that to be approved to be changed down the road, because it's giving a false sense that the village is actually responsible for the water, and it's overburdensome, and it could, you know, effectively harm us economically as well, tying the, you know, the word French settlement to our village, meaning what business wants to locate there without quality water. So that's my ask, very specifically in a public forum here. You know, we just want to get these things resolved, and Southwest to commit to them going forward.
Mr. Mayor, I think, thank you for being here today, by the way. And we wanted to get you over here so we could kind of get this hammered out as quickly as possible. I think what the mayor's asking for in all three things are easily done. Number one, you don't need the commission to authorize you to change the name, do you?
We do.
Okay, do we need to do that through some formal mechanism?
It would be a
Brandon?
non-op process. I mean, we do that on a regular basis, and they would just have to update their tariff pages to
Do we have to
reflect the new
do
name.
that by commission vote?
No, that'd
Okay.
be done
No,
on
it
the
could be
staff level.
Can you go ahead and work with Kara to make
Yes.
that happen as soon as possible? Is that okay with you, Mr. Mayor?
Fantastic.
Okay, second thing is about a phone and a designated person that they can contact. Have you got that organized, ma'am? And you say your name for the record, please.
Yes, I'm Melissa Rich. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Southwest Water. And yes, we do have local representation. We have a field office here that isn't open to the public, but we do have an office with local people that are working in the area.
Will they be able to call them and have a phone line where they can call?
Yes, we do have customer service reps that work in the area that are able to receive calls.
And he'll
So
be
we have-
able to provide a cell number to the mayor as well, so the mayor will be able to contact as well?
Yes.
So, and you're satisfied with that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, if that's the current people that are addressing the issues, they're not getting addressed. So, you know, if it's someone different, then absolutely, that sounds great.
All right, so can you work on, you know, improving that, the people that are actually handling the calls with the mayor to solve that issue?
Absolutely.
All
We
right,
will-
and
we will
they
address
did commit to me earlier at a meeting I had with them that they would make sure that they have a representative at your city council meetings to be there to handle any type of informational mechanisms that you need for the public or your council at every monthly meeting to stay on top of this. Now, is that satisfactory to you?
Sure, and just to specify, this is for the Village of French Settlement, but it serves surrounding areas as
Right.
well, and
So it goes through the parish as well?
correct, yeah. a
So
lot-
then you can coordinate with the parish president and make not only the village, but work with the parish council as well. Now, one thing I would like them to explain to you, because they came in and explained to me, that part of the problem with the water system is because of its age, that they, instead of running a mechanical pig through the system, they want to run an ice pig through the system to remove the ecological debris that's in the system and clean it out. So they'll run the ice pig through, the ice that'll come out will take the debris with it, and they'll recover that and bring that to a waste receiving facility. And they said that that's going to be done fairly quickly, which should mitigate the water quality issue to a degree. Obviously Louisiana suffers from high mineral content water. But could you tell us a little bit more about that and explain timeframe and process on that action?
Yes, so it's going to take us a couple of months to mobilize. We're going to have to go in and install some isolation valves for us to be able to do this. What they do is they inject, it's an ice slurry, kind of like a slush, that is injected into the lines, and it will form a pig, more or less, and then.
A pig is a plug, right?
Yes, it's like a plug. And so then you turn the valve back on, and then it's going to send that plug through the lines, and then as
the
it goes through
concept,
the
it
line.
scrapes the
Yes.
interior of the pipes as it goes and removes the debris.
Yes, and using this versus the other method, it's more effective. It's going to get the line cleaner. We have more scrub power with the ice versus the regular pig, and it also uses less water.
Right. Now, the one thing I wanted you to understand, Mr. Mayor, is we do not regulate water quality. That is a Louisiana Department of Hospitals issue.
Sure.
But we wanted to make sure that you recognize that the commission operates to regulate rates and calculation of rates. We are an economic body. But we wanted to make sure that we engage with the company to satisfy your issues. And, we're here to help, and I hope this satisfies, the questions and needs that you have.
Right, and certainly I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity today. With the, certain complaints regarding the bills and stuff, I brought it to y'all's attention. And like, this is not combative. We want to work with them, and, our biggest issue is the communication and effectively getting back to the customer.
Sure.
Because the customer is who's being harmed here. We don't want to be the messenger. We want to help, but we need someone, again, that sounds great. But if we have issues, if someone's there effectively communicating, I'll be the biggest cheerleader that, hey, this went wrong. But if we don't know what's going on, we can't be a partner here.
Well, my message to the company is make sure that you receive the calls from the mayor and expedite whatever the problems are whenever you can.
Absolutely.
Well,
We will
thank you
do
very
that.
much for being here today, sir.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
it.
y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have two more under exhibit number 11. It's two ratifications. One needs to be deferred till next month because it's a ratification of Chairman Francis's SPP votes. And if Chairman Francis is
Oh, he
abstaining.
can't do it.
He cannot do it.
What?
We can't do it.
You can't
Yeah,
ratify
so
yourself.
we can ratify the intervention, which is also under 11. It's a discussion and possible vote to ratify the intervention of the commission in an RTO related and other federal energy regulatory proceedings.
Right.
This is a ratification based on UPC and Stone Pigman's hire at the February 24, 2021 B&E. And it's an intervention, and if advance notice of the commission approval is not possible, the executive secretary authorizes the intervention with a ratification at the next B&E. This is an intervention filed on behalf of the commission in FERC docket AD 24-6, which is a rulemaking at FERC on blanket investment authorizations and the consideration of whether FERC should change its rules regarding ownership of utilities related to those blanket investments. Staff recommends, thank you.
Move to ratify the recommendation.
Second by Commissioner Lewis. No objections, so it's passed.
The last item is an executive session. I'll ask everyone to remain seated until it is read into the record, and there is a motion and a second to go into executive session. It's exhibit number 12. It's docket number EL 21-56, EL 18-204, and EL 18-152. It's the Louisiana Public Service Commission versus System Energy Resources. It's a possible executive session to discuss litigation strategy pursuant to revised statute 4216 et sec. And I'll entertain a motion.
Move to go into executive session.
Second.
Moved by Scametta,
we are now
Move
back.
to come out of executive session.
Second.
Move in a second, okay.
And then we had a discussion of taking up a item out of order. It was
Would
a,
you go ahead, I move to bring the item regarding the FERC out of order up for vote. Need a second.
Second.
and then the item, I'm sorry, let me grab.
No opposition.
So the item is to move to retain CTC for Phase 3 of the Grand Gulf litigation, which is EL 21-56, for the Louisiana Public Service Commission's share of $313,980.54 in fees and $12,591.60 in expenses.
So moved.
Second.
So move in second by Mr. Lewis.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, guys.